Good morning, everybody. We're back with some more Scroll of Taiwu, starting in hopefully on a new story today over at MI. We finished up both Swordsmith Villa, kind of sort of last time, but mostly the time before, and Wudang. So we are 2 stories finished and hopefully starting a third one here. I have fantasies that we're going to finish this today, but you know, realistically, it probably won't happen. We're going to have to get their support up to 50% in order to trigger the story. And I have a sneaky suspicion that that's going to be a little more difficult than maybe it otherwise might sound. I mentioned on Discord yesterday, they did some internet work in my area last night. They did, obviously, since I'm here, complete it. Hopefully everything's going to be running okay. I was sitting there and I monitored it for about 30 minutes before I went live, and everything looked to be okay. I had thought it was an upgrade that is supposedly coming, but it doesn't look like my connection has changed, so shrug. I don't know what they were working on. As long as they didn't break anything, I suppose. Good morning, Israel, Mac, Ra, Asimov. Hopefully you guys are having a good Friday. See what we can get done today for Dune. All right, so we finished up a little encounter over here, which made us a lot of money. It sure would have been nice if we had been getting those earlier, that's for certain. Before we zoom off too far, I do want to nab this. I need to remember that we have an unlimited sink of resources now with Tongxing. So any of these special resources we can grab are definitely going to be useful. Be curious to see how far we can get him, if we can ever actually get him up to be combat useful. At the moment, he's not bad. We got him up to pure essence of 6, so he's equal there, but he has a long ways to go on Chi. He has no abilities or anything, so yeah, he has some time to go before he would be useful in any fashion. Don't really need that prestige. What are you? Small marketplace. I do actually have a little bit of cash on me for once. Yeah, let's take a peek at that. See what other books we can get. Wait, it sounds a little loud to me. Am I? No, should be running okay. Would be fun to have the Uber bot to smithy all the enemies. Yeah, he could temper them, that's for sure. Okay, caravan leader, stops in town. Yep. If I buy things, they'll offer me a discount. We'll see about that. All right, what do we got here? Check the goods. 82,000. Yeah, no thank you. Well, thank goodness we've already finished that one. All right, on sale, literature. Literature is something that we are going to need to get working on. There is a vault of books that could be repairing our manuals if we had some skill, and I think this is where we're gonna get the blueprint for that. That's a maybe. We have a bajillion things to get through. Apparently I've not read the T4 smithing book. Really? Nor have I read that. Wow, okay. Things that I thought I was done in, and obviously I am not. Appreciation, painting. All right, well, maybe we will be buying a couple things then. This one being on sale and it being literature, I need to do some of that. I don't think we're worried about painting. I do think we'll take the smithing book and the medical art book. Easy come, easy go, I suppose. I guess if nothing else, we get the discount here, so that's a non-zero discount. All right, I'll take it. What do you got? I'm looking at mostly their high-end stuff. Okay, we divination of the 5 stars. I would need that. I just picked up one of those. Don't need that one. Easy come, easy go. That is for sure. I have a very high-end astrology. I don't think I worried about that. We already bought that one. Medical art I just bought. Weaving. I'm not too worried about that. Okay, well, that was quick and expensive. Get some energy, and we'll see. Can I? Oh shoot, it's not you, is it? No, it's not you. That gives me the discount. Dune has kids that need both gear and books. And he's a secretary. Yeah, isn't that true? Hey, Nate, how's it going? Okay, give me shopping subsidy. Yep. I mean, a 10% discount isn't terrible when you're buying 100,000 worth of books. Okay, that was useful enough, I suppose. We do have something that could be dug up here. Sure. What do we got? Whoa, okay. Somebody must have died here. Well, your loss is my gain, I suppose. Unique art from the Imai sect. T2. Legend has it the 7 stars are connected to 7 spiritual auras. When the user has 7 or more available styles, all actively cast annihilation arts cost 50% less stance and have increased cast progress. The more stance saved, the more cast progress is increased. What do they mean by styles? Do they mean annihilation arts when they say styles? That could be pretty decent if that was the case. Oh, attack tokens. Okay, yeah. I mean, we sit on that quite often. I mean, this would take us a year to read, but that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, what else we got? A finger art, a sword art. Is it online? I can never not make that joke, I'm sorry. While casting it, if you have annihilation, to cost, I'm not too concerned. Exotic weapons, fist, finger, footwork. Each time the user's weapon attack hits the enemy, the user moves 0.2 distance towards the center of the user's attack range. Okay, so if you were having trouble keeping in range, that could be useful. Fist, footwork. For every 1 distance, they swap 3 of their unusable styles with 3 of the enemy styles that they can use. Again, interesting. When defending with this art, every time the user dodges an attack, they gain 2 styles. Unspent agility. It's exotic weapons. Footwork. There is an ability we are going to want from here. I don't know what it's called, though. It's going to do something about... I think it's when we parry or something like that. Pincers. Good way to get a bunch of stamina with those, that's for sure. Then, who is carrying all these? As long as the martial art is not dodged by an enemy, the direct external injury increases and ignores status effect reductions. Okay. Chi arts. Users' physical defense and chi defense increase with their wood. More fist. Okay. What was the one up here that I kind of liked? Was it that one? No. That one? No. I think honestly, I think I like this 7-star chain. 7 or more styles. We do often end up with having a bunch of styles. And the cost less stance isn't horrible for us, but when we're in those hard fights, I mean, we do really have to manage our breath. This would just mean that I could get 2 more attacks off every so often. Hey, Night Ray, how's it going? We did the magic excavation skill somewhere where somebody must have just died here. 2 heterodox. That is actually true. Yeah, that is 2 heterodox. And we could maybe use the snake to fix that. Okay, I mean, if nothing else, that has some vague interest to me. Not the skill we were after here, unfortunately, but I'll take it. Now, I did notice, I think there was an elemental earth there, too. Let's excavate again. Didn't find anything. Okay, I'm not going to let myself get bogged down there. Also, we already started zooming around. We finished reading a book here. The Pure Classics of Nanhua. Done. Next. Not studied. Okay, we were working on... Shoot, I should have paid more attention to that. Was it Taoism or Buddhism here? I think it might have been Taoism. Chewing our way through these. Yeah, it probably was, because I just finished that one. Okay, boink, and that will finish us up. Do I even want to spend one? Yeah, we're maxed out. We'll do a session to read. I got so many books to get through. All right, that was kind of nice. Fine arts, custom, not studied. I guess we could get our Buddhism. Yeah, definitely. Okay, don't read that. Make sure you do not read that. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of books I need to deposit because they're getting too low. Don't. It's fine. Oh, we have a bunch of incomplete chapters. Gross. Gross, gross. Okay. There we go. Night Ray says, wow, this game looks much different since the English release. Yeah, they did a lot of updates, and they've done several patches, including some UI stuff and whatnot. New village resources. Okay, we'll check them. Okay, medical care. I don't think we came out with any injuries. We're okay there. Industry. Grab our stuff. Man, I have to say, I don't know if you guys can see me blinking constantly. I swear, you hit go live with your camera on, and instantly like 5 eyelashes jump into my eyes. It is like clockwork. It is insane. It's the curse of my cultivation method, apparently. My backlash. Okay, here. Okay, we got a whole bunch of stuff, so we will definitely do a big check here. Okay, peerless, principled, benevolent. All right, we will take all of you. How are we doing on room? We got plenty of room for residents. Okay, let's just check everybody. No poison swamps, that makes me sad. We maxed out both of our herbs. Do we need to build another one? Or can we, I guess I should say, and the answer is yes. Okay, cool. We're getting somewhere with that at least. Everspring Gorge, we don't have any upgrades. Meteoric Iron, we have no upgrades. Flame Pond, no. Stones are done. Gemstones. All right, we had a very long talk about income and number of collection points, etc., etc. I still maintain the magic number is 5. I just don't believe that that's going to change, and I believe because of this. Because look at this, you get down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you get to 6, and it's zeros just across the board. So I don't think that would be the case. We'll try it out. Unfortunately, this is only our 5th gemstone if I can build one, but I just do not believe that it's going to go past that. Okay. I don't want the stone ringes, lone summits, we don't have anything. Woodlands, yes, 4 of them. Okay, another one that's getting pretty close to being done. Our poor Floral Valley, no upgrades unfortunately. And then didn't we have one? What else am I missing? Oh, my beasts. Nothing there. Poison one. Yeah, I didn't get those raw. They were options to pick, but I only get to pick one with that skill. So we picked the book. Supposedly we can get these materials from MI, so hopefully that'll be the case. Passive income will not go up. Well, it will go up because I only have 4 at the moment, so it'll go up a little bit more with number 5, but it won't go up beyond that. We had a lot of talk about that last time around. People were pretty convinced that it would, but I'm just not. It says you only get 5 of them, and this place has a bajillion stones, so I feel like this would be, if that was the case, we should be getting something here, even if it was just a trickle. And I just don't think that's the case. Now, maybe it's dropping a little bit of this. I don't know. Yeah, I wish we could have picked those. I did note that with the water specifically. At least it doesn't take up building space. Okay, do we have anybody here? Okay. Everyone is deployed. That's all of our people. Okay, I think we are done here. Everything should basically be set up to running automatically. Yeah, okay, good. Do I want to? Yeah, it was, somebody did die here. Do I want to keep digging? The thing is, I don't get a pick anymore, and a lot of that stuff I don't care about. I think we're just gonna move on. I should probably also keep the crickets rolling. Some of our first crickets are starting to die, and keeping a couple high-level ones, just in case I ever stop being lazy and do some more cricket fights. Probably a good idea. No, I didn't do any grave robbing. Grave robbing is a specific action. We just found those on the ground near a dead person. Totally different. Okay, boom, and I think we will stop here and grab that one. Kind of lucky that there's all these high-level ones. We'll have to wait till our ability recharges and see if we can grab another. Cultivators always rob tombs. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like, why do you even bother with these graves? You know it's getting robbed. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. How many building spaces do I have left? A grasshopper. I'm at 50 out of 69. Now, some of these, like, I think we could delete extras. These are just ones that we started with. I'm not 100% certain if those are counting, though. Bonus points if it's because it's your fault there's a dead body. Okay, we do need to start working on getting some favor. Maybe that blue guy might be... Oh, it's a kid. Yeah, he's not worth much. Alright, come here. It's only grave robbing if it comes with a grave reason, France. Why did we just get a tutorial? The MI sect lies on Mount MI, area of Bashu. Its martial arts are primarily of the wood element. MI sect is an established sect and will not teach martial arts to those whose reputation is too low. MI sect includes the benevolent mindset, which teams with benevolent members. Their arts are finger arts, fist arts, sword arts, exotic arts, swift and fluid, balancing softness and strength, incorporating finest aspects of various sects and drawing inspiration from the myriad forms of the world. MI has established itself as the grand martial tradition. MI sect's martial arts follow the orthodox way. Study efficiency for orthodox chapter of MI sect manuals are increased by 50%, while heterodox is reduced. Well, that'd be painful. Also, thank you for actually pausing the mini game. I got an achievement. Sandy Stallion. Ooh la la. Our first tier 1. Maiming minus 5%. 120% counterattack. This general donned in light golden armor is exceptionally nimble as if riding the wind. It dashes around the cricket arena like a stallion, a trait for which it's praised across the land. There you go. Chirp, chirp. We have, oh, Rifle Apothecary too. I'm not going to do it now, but at some point we're going to have to do some apothecary shopping before our next big sword mound fight. That's quite nice. Okay, we got an epiphany off that. What could we do here? We have 3 incompletes in a row. Reemploy, random amounts, increase study. Okay, so if we do a increase study for this chapter, increase the study efficiency for following chapters after finishing this one. All right. I think we'll do that. And then apparently be out of comprehension. Oh, right, because I did a reading. Whoops. All right, that's fine. All right, we have another book. Okay. I'm kind of dancing around it here, but we need to find some people to start smoozing. Why are all the high-ranking people kids? That's not very helpful to me at the moment. They have reduced, all right, maybe you. That is a face a mother could love. Okay. Electric School Disciple. Benevolent. So I think we're gonna have a lot of benevolent people here. All right, so I don't even remember what is their gain support for benevolent. 400 favor. Okay, now we might be able to get that down some. What is going to be my best? What is going to be my best source of favor? I think, yeah, this was what I was worried about. What is the best favor farming method? There should be several other adventures, although that doesn't seem to really give regional favor. We could do some donations, not something I've had to fiddle with. Because we're going to need a lot. If I need 400 per person, let's say I pick really, really well, and each person gives me 10%, I still would need 2,000 favor. Donate to the village warehouses. Fine. We might need to go do a little donation. A little charity drive. A little something I picked up. Yeah, you can see here, like, we're at 6, 7. There's 7, so we could already get the discount on this if we were running that. I like that quite a bit. We might zoom back over to Wudang and just fix that book quick. Or we're definitely going to do that when we leave here if we don't do it now. It's unfortunate the snake doesn't travel with us. $20K resources for 200. Ouch. You can also donate to the sect to gain support. Every little donation I did to a random sect maxed sect support. Becomes sect support. Okay, so we could maybe just do it directly, is what I'm hearing. All right, well, let's check that before we zoom off. Okay, give me that prestige. Also, all right, I'm not exactly sure what we're looking for here, but we're looking for an ability that has something to do with like a counterattack of some sort or parrying of some sort. All right, now I'm probably not going to run any of these because I don't want to move my chi around. Are these all going to do? Okay, I could do spiritual awakening. I could do mystery. No, I could do spiritual awakening. I could do mind clearing. We're not going to be able to get that this time around. Okay, are one of you the ones that does what we were looking for, though? No, it's not going to come off of these. No. Okay, is it a footwork? Are you not going to tell me your things? While footwork is active, as long as the enemy has no effects that can change deflection type, all of the user's attacks use dexterity to hit. Not for me, but man, that would actually be really useful. While this footwork is active, as long as the enemy does not have that change their hit type, all their weapon attacks can be deflected by the user with dodge. Okay. Not for me, but that would be really good. If you are min-maxed into those stats, that can be really good. Flying White Ape. When advancing with this footwork, the user must charge up power to move distance once and immediately performs one weapon attack on the enemy without preparation. So every second you could do an extra attack. Interesting. I don't know if that would help, if I'm being honest. Each time the user hits with a... Actually, what was your heterodox? Same thing, basically. User depletes enemy stamina with landing pincers. For every one distance you retreat, swap stuff. When this footwork is active, each time the user's weapon hits the enemy, the user moves towards the center. Footwork is active. Cool down, the user's weapon attacked. When this footwork is active, each time the user hits the enemy with a weapon attack, the cooldown of the user's weapon attack is cumulatively reduced. I mean, that would be fine, but I don't really need it. That's not what we're looking for, I don't think. Imai's Tiger Stride. Wuding, yeah, we finished Wuding. There was specifically a skill here we were looking for. Or at least we were told there was one here. Let me clarify that. Alright, if the user's nimble true chi is higher than the enemy's, all direct damage taken from the enemy is reduced by 15%. I mean, that is kind of nice. Whenever the user gains any available style, there's a chance to gain another of the same style. When the user has 3 or more different types, things happen. When defending with this martial art, each time they dodge, gain 2 random styles. Each time the user deflects a non-follow-up attack, the enemy's stance is reduced, and the user gains in a random style. I bet this is what people were talking about. I bet this is it. Upon deflecting a non-follow-up attack, the enemy's inhale is reduced. User gains a random style. Okay, return to tranquility would be usable. We could definitely use that. Each time the user deflects. And if we look at our stats here, I believe the deflect is the parry stat. I believe I'm right. That's not resistance, right? It was when the user automatically parried, automatically attack again. White May Sword Art. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Mac. I think we may have just had bad intel. That T2 we got actually isn't bad either, though. That'll actually be kind of nice. Deflect is any defense that overmatches their attack. Okay, I mean, we do deflect a decent amount. It's resistance, parry, and dodge. We do a lot of that, especially when we're using our iron one. Flexing non-follow-up attack, their stance is reduced. I guess it matters how much stance is reduced. Check the white mace sword art. Any direct injury marker from this martial art would inflict enemy's head and neck is converted instead to a pre-existing injury. I mean, that's really not going to be our build at the moment. None of these attacks are going to be good because we are all about that force and not so much about anything else. All right. Either it's a higher level or we got some bad intel. But we could use some more stuff. So Spiritual Awakening would be fine to grab. It's within our 50%. And Return to Tranquility, it's at least interesting enough that I'll probably grab it while we're here. Unfortunately, just not seeing what people had mentioned before. What were we looking for? We were told that there was a skill that would counterattack whenever we parry. And that does not seem to be the case, or at least I'm not seeing it. Okay, that's fine. We're still going to carry on. Use the tier 9. The tier 9 of what? Has no charge. Yeah. Okay. The tier 9 acumen. When we have higher nimble than the enemy, all direct damage from the enemy is reduced by 15%. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. That wouldn't be terrible. Really, the only things that really are dangerous to us are sword mounds and people that are really up realm. And people that are really up realm probably will have more chi than we will. Tier 3 of Wu Dang does that. Yeah, we don't have access to that yet, unfortunately, Haas. Okay, let's see if we can just buy our way in here. So we need to go here, right? And then we need to find the warehouse. I have not done any donating. Where's your warehouse? Residence, banquet halls. Oh goodness, am I blind as usual? Storehouse. Okay, is this the correct place to do this? No, this is my storehouse. That is not the right place to do this. Bottom left chest. Okay, apparently I'm not allowed to do it. Storehouse, functional buildings, faction intel. Yeah, I'm guessing we need to get a little bit of faction first. Well, no, oh, we're not sworn to them. That's why. On the other side of the chest. Other side of the chest. I think the Sectorium. Okay, I'll buy that. Resource exchange. Here we are. So people were saying if we give them some stuff. Okay, so what are we sitting on the most of? Probably wood. Yeah. All right, so if we give them wood, some number that somebody threw out at some point was 20,000. Let's just try a 20,000 donation. Exchange value 80,000. Metal was higher. The thing is, I want to take the metal apart and get the materials. All right, let's just try it. Just out of curiosity, what do you have? Oil guzzling cricket. Okay, he does have books. Those won't be a problem though, really. Okay, nothing I would really want. We definitely don't have access to those. All right, so we give you a gift. Let's see what happens. You left your own belongings in our warehouse, Your Excellency. Surely you aren't gifting them to Imai except on a whim, right? Just as Taiwu Dun turned to go, a guard raised the question. Materials from basic, it should be the other way. Nope, you can search through your basic materials and get stuff. I can show you in here in a second. Word spread that the guards at Taiwan had deposited personal goods in the warehouse to aid the sect. They were moved by malevolence. Should be. They should be. Apparently we could just buy our way to 50% support with some random resources. That seems a little OP. That seems a little OP considering the amount of work we had to do to get support. And does this support not die with the people that we get it with? Huh. I was already at 30-ish. Was I? I didn't even notice then. They like bribes. Here am I. I'll use a couple emotes for you. There you go. A couple greed coins. Those are dedicated to Amai. Okay, well, that was much easier than I thought it was going to be. We did have a question about sifting. So if you go in, if you click on one of these resources at the top, and then you can sift through them. So like this metal, let's say I did 20,000 of that. 20,000 metal, bang. 21,000 apparently. You sort through it, and we're gonna hand pick. Confirm. And you generate rare resources. We had to do this earlier. We were trying to forge a specific sword, and we didn't have the right metals, so we sifted through like 80,000 metal. And actually, there is some kind of limit here because these are much better than I got before. I'm guessing these are limited by your world level, aka how many sword mounds you've done. Because we were struggling to get tier 3s, unless this was just an incredibly lucky roll. Force plus 8%. I don't know why they haven't fixed that bug yet. That's such a weird bug to have. It's also weird. Yeah, I don't know. That's very weird. Yeah, and you can do that with all of them. I'm not going to fiddle with it now, but yeah. Okay, we got the support. To trigger the story, we should be able to do it now. Okay, so we just passed the month and our story should trigger. The support should never decline. My understanding, Mac, was that let's say I had some kid and we were buddies and I had 10% support from him and then he dies, I would lose that 10% support. Is that not how that works? What bug? Some of the substats on that, when I moused over it, it said like name _139 instead of force is what it should have said. They broke the translation strings on the, what are those called? Not filigrees. The little enchants you can add to your weapons, whatever they are. Refinement mats. Okay, working on Taiwu number 4. Give me a strong son, wife. You get support from people once every... No. Well, maybe you get some amount from doing that, but we usually go around butter people up to get our support. Taiwu Dun has traveled far and wide, earning respect for their fairness and unwavering integrity. Taiwu Dun's word carries great weight. Trusted by many, their judgment can shape destinies with a few sentences. Endorsement from Highborn. That's right, we're wearing some robes that are giving us Highborn XP or whatever you call it. Freely modify a character's influence, affecting those chances of promotion within their faction. The higher the Highborn seniority, the higher it is. trains the companions to enhance their primary attributes. Ooh. Yes. Adds positive traits or removes negatives. Why, yes, I would like to be able to make super children. Hey, Shinosuke, how's it going? Okay, we didn't get the story to pop. Perform a month advance on a wild tile. Of course. All right, that's fine. It's fine. Is there anything around I want to go grab? Prestige, any books by chance? Of course not. My abilities are still on cooldown. All right, I only need to burn a tiny amount of energy and we could just run again. All right, we finished our book. Yeah, we finished our book. Next, fine arts, books that I haven't read. All right, we're good on Taoism, we're good on Buddhism. We do need to get started there. I have another medical. Let's get the medical book out of the way. I don't think this one's going to be too painful, he says confidently. Okay, we have a steel sacrifice. Boy, that was... Oh, hang on. No. Fine art. I was going to say, why are those so low? It's because I was in the wrong thing. That would be why they are so low. Sure. Incomplete, lost... Boo. Alright, well, it is what it is. I really need to dump some of these back in my... In fact, let's just do that. I need to do this. Alright, we want to take and put these in the treasury books. Can I sort by durability? Alright. Any of these ones that are like stupid low are getting deposited. Alright, that takes a little bit of the edge off. Okay. Then we're reading this. I probably need an epiphany here. I do not have enough concentration to do a full run. We're not injured. Give me the goods. We got one uncut jade. Oh, one uncut jade. Rebellious, get out of here. We're not interested. We'll take you too. Yeah, come on in. Okay, one jade. They're still ooh, almost clicked the wrong button there. Still building that. Why are you guys so slow on that? Here. Here's some more workers. Get it done. And I didn't notice what building was that I had like nobody left in it. Mine. All right. Start training up some more miners in case that becomes relevant. Set up stream to start and then fell back asleep. Woke up 20 minutes late, but I'm here. I like the dedication. I was very concerned because I got that message yesterday that said my internet was going to be out for 8 to 10 hours and they didn't give me a start time. I tried to just use their website chat feature and I couldn't get past the AI bot. So yeah, welcome to the future when you're like, I have a question about when my service is going to be interrupted. Are you saying your internet's not working? No. I have a different question. Please let me talk to an agent. You'll have to restart your modem. No. Let me talk to an agent. Well, your internet seems to be working from our side. My goodness. So I had to call. Luckily, I got a very helpful gentleman. But I was under the understanding that they were doing my I think it's called high split. Basically, you'll have equal up and down on my connection. My down is infinitely higher than my up. But it doesn't seem to have changed. I have the same stats this morning as I had when I went to sleep, so I don't know if that was not my area or what, but Sag, because I was pretty happy about that. One of the things that slows me down a whole bunch when I'm uploading videos is actually my upload speed. It takes sometimes upwards of an hour for one of my longer videos to do the upload. And if I could burn through those a little faster, that'd be really, really handy. Okay, I need to burn 3 more energy. We'll just run around, take some freebies. All right, we'll beat up a demonic. Taiwu does not say anything about losing sect support when someone dies, but it doesn't say much of anything about how you lose sect support at all. We'll try to pay attention to that. I don't have anyone followed or anything, and I've been trying to make young friends, so I don't think we're going to see a lot of deaths anytime soon. I'm relatively certain that happened at one point. We are like 80 hours into this playthrough, so, you know. What's the eye jab me? Man, these sanguine people, they give you the shocker and then they poke your eyes. It's like fighting the Three Stooges. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, I didn't get my defense up. You know, but for that, I'm definitely gonna double juke you. With fiber internet, up and down should be the same. I do not have fiber internet, Few. And they are not planning on installing it anytime soon. Up until basically when I started this channel, which is about 2.5 years ago, there was no wired internet in my area. There was DSL that didn't work. They refused to repair phone lines and basically just say, yeah, we're not going to repair phone lines anymore. So the DSL had way too much noise. You could hear noise on your landline, which for anyone who knows how DSL works, that is absolute crap. So for years, I had a local company that did wireless internet, but on a really, really good day with perfect weather and no interference, if I downloaded a game on Steam, I could get, on a really good day, I could get 600 KBS for my download. Now I can get over 600 MBs on a download from Steam. Just to put, so like multiple orders of magnitude faster. So I now have cable internet, which finally came out here, but it is not fiber. But with the high split, what it'll do is it's going to change the channels. It changes how the channels for upload and download work on that. So you will get the simultaneous or the same speed for up and down. I'm friends with everyone and Swarm Bros are dying. Villagers can write books. I'm just catching up on chat here for a second. Well, and the frustrating thing is there's a fiber backbone not that far from me. It would have been so nice if they had just hooked into that and just brought it right over my direction. If you're using the juke stored, you can still use the tier 5 Wudang. If you're talking about juggling between weapons, I'm far too lazy for that. That's all I have to say about that. Okay, let's grab this. Okay, down to 30. Hopefully we'll get our story to pop here. I'm gonna turn off my camera for 1 second and rub my eye. All right, let's roll the month here. Yes. My goodness. Eyelashes, get out of my freaking eyes. Why is it the second I go live, everything wants to jump into my eye? Okay, I see blue, so that's probably a good sign that our story popped. All right, see if I can just be blind for the rest of this stream. All right, Taiwu number 4, wife. I need a strong son. Don't let me down. White Ape Hermit. And we actually know that we're going to get a little movie here. There have been some incidents of note nearby. One of the 3 great sects of the martial world, the MI sect, holds unrivaled prestige in Bashu, with common folk looking to it for protection. Its disciples are known for their chivalry and are revered across the land. But lately, rumors have spread about a mysterious oddity that has reportedly come to the sect to provoke, declaring that they will vie for supremacy with MI. The martial world is shaken, and whispers fill the land. Okay, let's find out. In fact, I'm going to kill this because we're going to have a movie.
Greatly diversified and inclusive, the Ume sect has attracted numerous cultivators with high ideals. Mount Ume is said to have abundant spiritual chi, and also spirits, ghosts, and demons dwelling there for the purpose of cultivation. Without warning, a disaster befalls it. Does the Ume sect have any secret? It's bloody and dreadful. The past will eventually be revealed.
I don't know if I agree with that that's Ume. I'm wondering if our kindly, probably AI voice is not correct on that one. Ume? I'm not certain about that. I think I'm going to keep pronouncing that Ime. Ume. Yeah. Okay, well, we will start this. Sect support reaches 50%. Yep. Confirm. Taiwu Dun, walking down the road, suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Looking up, the Ime disciples rushing over, glancing left and right with a flustered expression. He inadvertently bumps into Taiwu Dun. I see our gender flags are still incorrect. Without a word, evade this person. I've offended you, sir. Please forgive me. The disciple comes to her senses, her face reddening, and quickly cups her hands in apology. Taiwu Dun saw that she did not stop and seemingly to be headed down the mountain, and recalling the recent turmoil in the Ime sect, couldn't help but feel curious. I heard there's some trouble in Ime. Why are you heading down the mountain at this time? That disciple, hearing Taiwu Dun's question, stopped again, turned around and sighed. Since you already know, sir, I'll speak plainly. That mysterious one has repeatedly come to attack, using Ime's sect's martial arts to wound our sect mates. Seeing this, I cannot help but worry, fearing what the mysterious one said is not false. That what we have learned now is not the orthodox way. After much deliberation, I've decided to leave the Ime sect. So it seems you're bidding farewell to the sect? The disciple looked embarrassed and was about to answer when suddenly a cold shout yelled from the side, "Exactly!" Oh my goodness, you are another person. The defecting Imai disciple grew even more panicked. Then an Imai disciple wielding a sword swiftly appeared before Taiwu Dun. With a stern brow and straight posture, the one who had just spoken. This person solemnly cupped their hands to Taiwu Dun and declared, "This man has weak will and will easily be swayed by hooligans. Now that he has abandoned the sect, it saves the master the trouble of expelling him." The newcomer then turned to the defecting disciple and said, "Your mind is weak and evilly deceived. We will not force you to stay. Since you have left, from now on you have nothing to do with the Imai sect. But we Imai disciples vow to defend the sect's orthodox teachings, and we will uncover the true identity of the mysterious one and break his scheme. This resolve is unwavering." The defecting disciple shook his head sadly and said, "Though I have left the Imai sect, I still harbor good intentions. From now on, I will uphold chivalry, adhere to the right path, and do many deeds of relief for the imperiled." After speaking, he cupped his hands to Taiwu Dun farewell and left. The Imai disciple, who remained, let out a cold snort, turned to Taiwu Dun, bowed again, and said gently, "What a coincidence to meet the successor of Taiwu here. May I ask if you have any important business at Mount Imai? I heard about the mysterious oddity who wants to settle a duel with Imai sects in martial combat." The Imai disciple nodded. "Indeed, some hooligans from the martial world have come to provoke us recently. However, our Imai sect is not fond of fighting and is reluctant to engage in combat." Really? That rogue has repeatedly entangled us and refuses to let go. Just now, sir, you witnessed this farce. Please do not take it to heart. Though there are those in our sect who have betrayed us and also possessed who have lost their minds, yet we, disciples of Imai, still hold sincerity in our hearts and abide by the righteous path. How could we be so easily shaken by hooligans to lose our pivot? With those words, the disciple took leave of Taiwu Dun and turned around and returned to the sect. This is good. Okay. It could be I or someone with an accent. I mean, that's very true, Shinosuke. Why are the girls here often bald? It'd be a Buddhist thing if they're a Buddhist sect. After their sect leader followed me for months, eventually stole my secret tome. Dune keeps cutting their hair. Look, I only shaved my wife's hair once. She still married me, so, you know. Wukong and his 81 types of immortality. They're a Buddhist and Taoist sect. Google says I in Chinese is pronounced like EE. Okay, what is going on here? A bunch of caravans are moving around. Sect tournaments. That is vaguely interesting. Okay, so what do I need to do here? Investigate. Move about and investigate within Mount Imai. An opportunity may present itself. Sect tournament. Okay, so I could temporarily boost my support to 60%. That would allow me to get the Heart Sutra. That's not useful to me, unfortunately. 1,000. I'm just double checking if that's worth my time at the moment. You know, this one isn't bad either. But then again, I can only run one footstep at a time. That attack speed, though, sometimes I kind of get locked into my auto attack. So having some extra attack speed might be kind of nice. Heal and detox, I don't care. And I don't know what their sword art is. I don't think I care about their tournament, if I'm being honest. I mean, this is fine. Am I with a big E? That's right. Don't do sectors. That's actually very true, Asimov. I would not be able to do very many attacks at all. If we fought people on the same realm, we probably could actually just brute force our way, but it would be very painful. Did the person mean a heterodox method? I mean, I was looking at those when I read through there. I didn't see anything. Yeah, I don't see any reason I would want to do it. So if I did want to do it, I would probably just learn a low-level sword technique just so I had something we could do. Sword art's okay, wait a minute. Yeah, I mean, we can always come back and get it later, though, if we need it. So I'm not going to concern myself with it at the moment. Yeah, I'm not going to do that at the moment. That's fine. We can get the other ones already if we wanted it. All right, but I do want to run over there because we do want to investigate. So, a gentle breeze and a bright sun with clear and refreshing scenery. Taiwu Dun strolled along, seeing the winding road ahead, with scattered village houses by the roadside, wisps of cooking smoke rising, green fields, a scene of peaceful dwelling. Taiwu Dun then heard laughter and chatter ahead, and saw 4 or 5 children. We couldn't count, they were just too fast. With tuft hair playing and chasing by the roadside. Among them, one child held a wooden sword, putting on a show of force and shouted loudly, "Hey, I'm the true orthodox of my martial arts, watch my sword." The child spoke, wears a black cape, playing the part of the villain. The rest, each gripping a wooden sword or a branch, seem by their bearing to be imitating Imai disciples. The children called back and forth, hacking and thrusting and parrying, earnest enough, but yet every move of the innocent play of make-believe. After a moment, the child playing the villain banishes his sword and cries, "No, no, this time you're supposed to lose. No cheating allowed." Then the group of children playing the My Disciples immediately cry out in dismay. Some staggered as if wounded, some lying prostrate, all putting on their defeated appearance. That child, seeing this, puffed out their chest even more and said smugly, "Today's spar is my victory. If you don't accept it, feel free to challenge me again." That child's words carried an air of arrogance. The other children immediately showed admiration, casting aside their wooden swords, crowding around, chanting, "Wow, this orthodox martial arts truly formidable, with such powerful skill. You must take me as your disciple quickly. Indeed, indeed. I also want to become your disciple, and no longer be an MI sect disciple." Now the affairs are spreading everywhere. Even the children are playing at this. A young shiki. "Gentlemen, heroes, why do you look down on MI disciples?" Just as Taiwu Dun was pondering, a wanderer strode over from not far away, speaking with a smile and bending down to inquire. One saw this person in a white robe carrying a long sword. From appearance, he seemed to be a martial artist. Also, he wore a plain cap with an air of literature about him and spoke very gentle and affable manner. He doesn't seem to be a member of the sect. Looking at the group of children, they seemed to know the background of the wanderer, and immediately one child answered loudly, "Brother Lee, everyone knows that the Imai sect has suffered consecutive defeats and is no match for the mysterious one's skills. Rather than being those incompetent Imai disciples, it's better to apprentice under the mysterious one and learn some orthodox martial arts instead." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding children all nodded in agreement, a chorus of assent. "Brother Lee?" That wanderer did not diminish his smile, but shook his head and said, "The Imai sect has been established for over 100 years. Its orthodox martial arts are beyond doubt. How the mysterious one won, you have not seen with your own eyes. How do you know he isn't bluffing, using tricks and schemes?" The children exchanged glances, and another child couldn't help but ask, "But everyone says Imai sect cannot defeat the mysterious one. If they cannot win, how can they be called orthodox?" The young wanderer smiled warmly upon hearing this and said slowly, "Imai sect is not powerless to resist. They simply are unwilling to resort to force easily. Not relying on martial might, not flaunting ferocity. Such a state is the true path of the strong." The child looked confused, understanding vaguely, and said, "Since Brother Lee puts it that way, then the Imai sect are truly strong. Seen like this, it's better to be an Imai sect, to be the strong who suppress the foremost martial arts." The group of children, though not fully comprehending, believed those words without a doubt. Then they again played Imai disciples, picking up branches and wooden swords, and with cheers and laughter scattered away. Children have pure minds and only know that the strong are orthodox. Yeah, that's the propaganda. Taiwu Dun is observed quietly for a long time, seeing the wanderer's extraordinary bearing and the children so convinced by him, as if he had quite a background. While pondering, that person turned around and made a cup fist salute to Taiwu Dun. The young wanderer smiled modestly and said, "I imagine you stopped to listen, sir," finding the children's words innocent and rather amusing. "I am Li Zaihua, an idle man from Shu, with no great merits in life, only fond of meddling in trivial matters, doing my small part as a martial world wanderer. Literature in the belly, and the spirit is brilliant." Obviously. Li Zaihua couldn't help but smile and nodded, and said, "Coarse robes and plain cloth cover my life. Literature in the belly, the spirit shines. That's my name. I observe your attire and demeanor, travel worn yet with a pure and heroic spirit, with lofty air. Could it be you are the famous successor of Taiwu? You have keen eyesight, recognizing who I am at a glance. Also a little suspicious." Li Zaihua showed a hint of pride, cupped his hands and laughed again. "I am unworthy, but I have friends in the martial world. Thus I know a great deal about the affairs of the world. However, though I know much and call myself a wanderer, my martial skills are not refined enough. Fortunately, with the kindness of relatives and friends and the heroes of Shu, my travels in the martial world have been unimpeded and smooth. Because of this, I often hear from my friends the many deeds with the successor of Taiwu." I see. The locals here are familiar with you as well. Pause for checking chat. They could have changed. That's very true, Israel. Yeah, like Shinosuke says, that some of them did get shuffled around a little bit. Lee then slowly explained, I wonder if the successor of Taiwu has heard that Bashu has long been a land of chivalry. Apart from the highborn sects like MI sect, there are also many peculiar martial artists and common wanderers. These heroes have diverse and interests and goals, yet all take it upon themselves to protect the people. Hence, the locals treat us with great kindness, and even children often harbor heroic aspirations, honoring good and righteous from a young age. No wonder all children respect what you said, Brother Li. You must be a top-notch hero among the heroes. Li Zua blushed, waved his hand lightly, and said somewhat sheepishly, "Your words, successor Taiwu, make me quite ashamed. When it comes to the pinnacle martial world, who could compare to you? Today, I am fortunate to meet you, but regret that we cannot have a long talk, nor hear your previous experiences, the myriad aspects of the martial world, and the strange tale of the land. Brother Li, since you have no leisure now, do you have important matters to attend to?" Yeah, I was going to tell you my life story. Why are you running away? It all began when... This matter concerns the MI sect. Perhaps the successor of Taiwu has heard of it. Li looked at Taiwu Dun, a feeling of regret meeting so late, but could only sigh softly and continue. When the great events occur in Shu, the heroes of the martial world naturally cannot stay out of it. Now the whole world knows the sudden changes in my sect, but the details are secret and have not been revealed. My peers do not know the real story and cannot help but feel some concern. Have you come here for the matter of the mysterious one? He nodded. This matter has been widely discussed in the martial world, but rumors are hard to tell truth from falsehood. I came hoping to personally visit the sect and find out the truth. Me too, brother. Me too. Li looked up at the sky, thought for a moment, and then said to Taiwu Dun apologetically, "It's getting late. I must take my leave and go investigate. Until this matter is clear, I will stay at Mountain Mai for a while. In Bashu, if you have anything to know, feel free to come and ask me." With those words, he smiled, waved his sleeve, and cupped his hands, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and took leave of Taiwu Dun. He's a man of knowledge. Okay, speaking of that, while I was reading, I had a thought. We were talking about martial arts tournaments and only doing Swordsmith Villa. Is it worth me running over to Swordsmith Villa really quick? Can I see in here Swordsmith Villa's arts? Yeah. So we're on tier 5 right now. I could unlock tier 4. What do I currently... Man, that is not... Might be better to do this. Is it worth me running over there? Wasn't there something I said I wanted next level? Yeah, we don't have the purple chi art. That would be something I actually would be interested in. We haven't had anything worth cultivating in a long time. And they gave me a bunch of purples that I couldn't use. Well, I could actually use that one. It might be worth running over there. Yeah, we have the blade technique, not the sword. No, I do have the sword. Okay. I must have gotten taught that one right when we were leaving. Is this something I want to actually work on? I think we might run over there. Gradually does the unsealing. If we have a tie sword, the attack range is increased. Yeah, that one was kind of whatever, wasn't it? That might be worth learning, though. Kids books. I'm really only feeding it to the daughter because if I'm gonna play one of them, it's gonna be her, the first daughter. She should still be reading, I think. Yeah, it gives you 10% support night, right? Yeah. I think we might just run over there. How long of a travel is that? We can always just come right back. Can I make it I'm not sure we could make it there in 3 months. Well, I wish this would tell me how much energy it was going to take. I assume that the colored lines are 1 month and then 2 months. Although I have a bajillion energy. If I go all the way over there and it's already over, I'm going to be a little salty. Click it and it will tell you? Okay. All right, let's open the way station. 82 energy. Okay, so that would be... We would only need to roll 1 month, so we should have 2 months left on the timer. What's the name of the game? Scroll of Taiwu, Pablo. I don't know where else it's available, but it's available on Steam. Yeah, I think we're gonna go do that. I think I'm happy enough to go grab that. A little annoying to be here and run away, but these tournaments only come up every year or so. Yeah, if you like cultivation games and you like kind of pseudo, I don't want to call it open world, but kind of sort of an open world game, this is probably the best cultivation game. Translations are pretty good. I haven't had a single crash in over 80 hours of play. There's still some bugs here and there, but not like horrendous game-breaking things that I've ran across. So pretty dang good. If you want to see what the game's like, I've got an 80-hour playthrough. I think we're somewhere in the range of like 82 hours at this point, something like that. All right, buddy, come here. Scratches your SimCity itch. Your village has 500 residents? How do you even employ 500 people? I'm impressed. Come on. Use the ability. We're getting dazed here, buddy. Oh my goodness. He's gonna daze the crap out of me, isn't he? Oh, I hate this. All right. Getting review bomb by Chinese player. I mean, what don't Chinese players review bomb? I know when the game came out, some of them were really mad because of the 1.0 changes. I don't know. I personally have found it amazing. So that is my personal take on it. Defeated demonic. Excellent. It's definitely got a lot of meat on the bones, and we just keep unlocking more and more different systems. Disciple deviation. The my sect seems to be in turmoil. Rumors say disciples have wavered in their will. All right, can't do anything about that here. I'm on the road. Got Soldu? Yeah, that's why I do want to fight those, so we can feed our Soldu into Tongxing. Why are you here? Did you follow me? Okay, maybe they should make it so he only spawns on that other map. That's a little funny. Sorry, I don't have time to talk. I have to check out the my sect secretly actually follows you like a boss. All right, brother. Whatever. Legendary treasure. All right, we're not gonna have enough energy. I gotta be really careful. I'm better not do that. I gotta be really careful because I don't want to run out of time before I get there for the tournament. That would be rather awkward. He is literally following me. Some of the 1.0 to pre-1.0 changes are pretty dramatic. I mean, fair, I suppose. I personally don't really feel that's worth a review bomb, but yeah, that's just me. It's a combination of my villagers being degenerate swingers and having the support of Major's phase to keep sending me people. A lot of doctors to keep everyone alive and a lot of talents. All right, sun. Sun. All right. Oh, no. Yes, yes. Okay, good, good. She's with child. Son. Give me a powerful son with all of our good traits. Daughter 1 is not super disappointing, but she is not amazing either. Just saying. Okay, we do make it here. All right, let's actually do my monthly stuff. So we are working on reading through this. We're in the stupid lost chapter right now. Let's see what we can do about that. Revisit to innovate. Use on chapters you've completed to follow. Okay, that one only works on complete chapters, not gonna help. Okay, this would be fine. Greatly increase the study efficiency. I don't know if 8% is greatly. Random amount. Double the effects of strategies you've used on this chapter to increase study efficiency. Sadly enough, I think we're just gonna pop vocal. We rolled pretty bad here. All right, hopefully we'll get another one next month and we can do that, and then we can remove the clear mind. Womp womp a little bit there. Okay, done. Medical care. Okay, good. She didn't disrupt my breath. Industry, collect. We're getting a lot of stuff out of our poison swamp, but we're not getting any core materials. I really wish we would get some core materials from there. Okay. Plant, herb, jade, beast. Plant, herb, jade, beast. Plant, herb, jade, beast. Plant. Herb. Jade. A lot of jade. And beast. Okay, good, good. We have 2 people who are not currently working. I don't think we really want to expand anything else at the moment. All right, we'll just throw one there. Sure. Sure. Yeah, I definitely could do a lot more micromanaging of this, but I'm just not doing it at the moment. Sometimes when there's that many mechanics, you just have to decide what you're going to focus on. Okay, so yeah, we would like to get the chi art. I don't know what the footwork is. I do know what the unique art is. Gadget heart. The 9 orifices and 5 internal organs, 12 joints all relate to the weather. Only the most exceptional and skilled weaponsmiths may master gadget heart and use spirits of artifacts to nourish their physical body and imbue them with chi. So this is a protection art that doesn't look very impressive with the base stats. When defending with this martial art, each time the user deflects a non-follow-up attack, a random equipped relic loses a durability to repair one non-relic. When the user deflects a non-follow-up attack, a random equipped relic loses a durability to damage an enemy's non-relic by 3. Okay. Weapon, non-follow-up weapon attack. So if we were getting lots of parries, this could quite quickly damage enemy equipment. But the thing is, I think most of the sword mount people have like 99 durability stuff. I'm not sure that actually gets me anywhere, unfortunately. I really wanted a build where they broke their weapons on me. I just don't think that's actually happening. It's for weapon repair, yeah. Which I do. What are we sitting on right at the moment, in fact? I probably should go look at that. Yeah, we're at 38 durability out of 69. Let's just do a quick little repair here. Yeah, we, what was the fight we did? Oh, it was the Wu Dang fight that we did like 10 unleashes. Right, keep forgetting Babel picked a one. Yeah. When you do that special skill, you have to just pick one. You could keep digging if you wanted, but it's time intense. That's why you'd want high durability refinement. Yeah. So far, I'm not really having a problem with that. If we ever do... Funny that they won't sell... you can get one. You talk to one of the people and you ask for... what is it under? Yeah. If you ask for the swordsmith's trial, they'll give you a sword. Although... it wasn't very good. We needed a juke sword, and they gave us one, but it was a... what was it? It wasn't prototype. Whatever it was, it had 100% increased requirements. So it worked, but we really wanted to replace it hard. You also can get tools from them too, once a year. So Swordsmith's Trial is how you get your free sword. Okay, but we are here for the tournament. Oh, I didn't finish that. Oh, right, because we don't get to see what this is, nor that. All right, I hope these are good. That's all I have to say. I hope these are good. All right, I can't imagine we're gonna have any problems here. They're all probably like, oh no, he's back this year. Okay, yep, Bid Feral, we know how this works. All right, friends. Come here, buddy. Oh, he is 7. Okay, so did they scale this up? You already have 2 health markers? Are you sure you should be at this tournament, friend? That's funny that they actually scaled this up. Green should not be 7 PE. That's fine. We shouldn't have any problems with that. Okay, I do need to remember I'm not gonna be allowed to use meditation here. So we are gonna be pretty breath limited. Anyone know what skill you need to swindle someone? I mean, you can always try to rob people. I don't think it's necessarily a skill. I'm assuming that Taiwu is strong. I am pretty strong. We are undefeated. We have defeated 2 sword mounds with basically no problems. White should not be PE7. Drives me crazy when you see it's over. Yeah, I do agree. That should normally be the case. Health marker. Health markers represent abnormalities in a character's health condition. When a character's health condition is unwell or below, it generates health markers. The worse the health condition, the more health markers are generated. I can't believe we've never ran across somebody who had that problem. Yeah. All right. Well, good job, kid. Keep it up. Someday you could be as strong as Dihun Dun. All right. Let's fight the blue. Arr. Let's fight the blue. You're sparring. All right, we'll watch the match. We'll give the guy we beat some pointers. I always root for the person that's weaker so that I can beat up the stronger one. I just pretend that he's gonna be tired. Wait, how are you a blue and you have 0? I mean, I guess technically the colors are their sect rank, not their martial prowess, which are not necessarily connected. Maybe he's a really good smith. Maybe he's a really good smith. There was a nice parry. Look at that. I'm auto-attacking him for 270. I'm just gonna auto-attack this kid to death. Nepotism? Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, a lot of people try to make things really fancy. The reason that Dune is so successful... no, I don't want to give you anything. The reason that Dune is so successful is he knows exactly what he's good at. I'm going to hit people with this giant chunk of iron sword I have, and I'm going to hit them really hard. And then I'm going to be able to take a hit in return. And that has been a very successful, non-complicated strategy that has worked so far. Yeah, like that. I mean, that PE7 guy had a health issue, but even if he didn't, they literally have not even put a wound marker on me. Man, I'm looking hard at that repair weapon art because my weapons are all wood and fabric. They can't last in long fights. I never even thought about that. So the durability is also based on the equipment? I never even thought about that because of course we use the metal swords. Return in victory. Okay, now we have rest areas. I don't think I need that. So who have I not beat here? You. I need to stop moving multiple tiles. I hate when they run past me. 0. Okay, you're toast. All right, you know what? You're being sneaky. We'll switch to our actual movement. I normally run universal stance because it gives me extra force. So we just have better crit chance, essentially. Although, actually, taking that back, I probably should just run astral evasion for the higher force. I did that because it was cheaper normally. I might not even need that anymore now that I think about it. We probably should just fully switch to astral. I might do that. Jade Iron are much heavier. Yeah, we had a point, Mac. I think it was before I started seeing you in chat, but we had a point where weight became an issue. Like, a major issue. Because our sword was like 12 or something ridiculous. I had to go in and optimize my armor for weight. Return in victory. Yep. All right, now hang on a second. Why was I doing that? We had universal stance for a reason. Oh, right. When the footwork is active, every weapon attack that lands has a chance to do the free attack. That's right. We have the astral if we need the extra force to hit. We use the universal for the free hit. I had a moment there where I was questioning everything. All right, hey buddy. Healing injuries? Oh, I've already beaten you. I haven't beaten you though. Oh, you're not ready to fight? Coward. Oh no, you're exhausted. I saw that. PE8. Yeah, you can really tell the difference. We were hitting for 270 against that 0. Against the 8, we're only hitting for 74. I might actually have to do a move against you. Yeah, it is a weird one. So you can have a sect rank, you could be a PE 0 and you could be the guild master. So normally it kind of matches up. Like when we fight demons, for example, it usually matches up. But for people, it doesn't necessarily. That is a good lesson, I suppose. Metal or jade talismans can use the stab styles. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You can change the styles via both your skill in crafting and also via your materials. Yeah, see, that's when it gets dangerous, when I get stuck in my auto attacks, when I need to be putting up a defense. Figured it out shortly after your character died. Oh, that's right, you did. Did you die in a sword mount, Shinosuke? I don't think you said what killed you. You're actually really annoying. Okay, I'm gonna win the race, and then I'm gonna immediately put up my sword armor. What's buzzing my phone? Nothing to do with my internet. Good. All right, yep. Sure. They're all happy that I beat them. Ready to fight. Yeah, unfortunately, we're just gonna need to grind our way through quite a few people for our tournament win here. Boy, there are a lot of people with really bad health. This is new. We've done a couple tournaments and never ran across people like this. I wonder what's going on that's causing everyone health issues. It couldn't be that large-scale furnace industrialization that we did, right? Okay, I'm having trouble catching you. We gotta go over to our actual movement skill. Come here, you. Come here. Cheeky monkey. Shinosuke says, I did not die to a sword mount, actually. Ironically, I could fight and run from sword mounts. I died to the mass grave event. For some reason, the game decided you can't run from a teleporting sword mount. That you can't run from a ghoul in an open grave. Interesting. Hey, Kovath, how's it going? Massgrave got you too. Did I luck out that we had such an easy time at the Massgrave? I don't remember that being hard. In fact, I seem to remember I went around and gave all the ghosts a spanking because they were being naughty. Maybe it's another one of those instances that Dune is like One Punch Man. He doesn't realize how strong he is. I'm also 2 difficulties higher. Ah, okay, yeah, that would make some sense. Dude, can you imagine how long it would take me to do a playthrough if I was playing on a higher difficulty? I'm not even sure we're gonna be able to finish this game this summer. So, yeah. We may get to the point that I have to start doing a little bit more off camera. I have done 0 off camera, but we may get to the point where I have to do some of the stuff off, and then for stream, we'll do the storylines and the sword fights. I would like this to be done before I go back to work full time, because otherwise it would be all year before we would actually get this done. I mean, we're doing what? 20 hours of Scroll of Taiwu a week? Yeah, we're doing 20 hours a week right now. Massgrave was weird. I don't think I understood. I actually killed the final boss, but it said I died? Return in victory. All right, where are we at here? Oh yeah, we still need it. We have a whole bunch more we still need to do. All right, let's go grab that energy while we're here. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm just gonna need to bang my way through all these people. I also find they need to change this from won this person. It should say beat this person. You don't say you won someone. All right, I'm proud to see that. I'm proud to see you all skillful in martial arts. However, we Swordsmithville are famed for arts of creation. The craft of creation is the foundation of our sect and source of our strength. As the old saying goes, no skill is too small. What matters is mastery. For today's contest, you need to challenge one art of creation. Okay, we will do... What is our highest currently? Also, why is that one in parentheses and none of the other ones? What is my highest attainment at the moment? Smithing is 2... It's carpentry, actually. Carpentry... Actually, ironically, it's actually weaving, of all things. We'll do weaving. Alright. Wait. Did we not have to do the drafting thing here? Hold on a second. I know what you kids are gonna do. No. You guys completely messed me up last time. No, we're gonna have the adults be in my cheering. All right, we also said we were looking at toxology. Attach up to 3 non-competing enemy contentions, causing them to eliminate an equal amount. I think we'll just stick with what we're good at. We had a really good run last time. I swear we had to do the draft thing even in this tournament. Maybe I'm misremembering that. Normally you have to like, what are we gonna have a debate on? Well, I don't want to talk about carpentry. Well, I don't want to talk about weaving. That little thing. I swear I had to do that even here, but maybe I'm misremembering that. All right, we have 257. He has 213. So we should be a little more powerful than he is. So we should be able to just absolutely dominate that. What do I have for... Cause them to immediately advance. I could merge one. Okay. I think I'm gonna draw. I'm just deciding whether I want a small one or a big one here. I think we're gonna shove another big one here. And next round we'll put in a small one and then we'll eat him if he's still around. $85. And he's buffing the crap out of him. Alright, well, unfortunately for you, friends, I'm gonna go really light. Alright. You. Select 2 non-repeating contentions. Eliminate the second selected contention. Merge its power. So you and you. Num 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 num. Okay. And I don't think I need anything else. We could move forward. I don't think I need it. Into action. The subject was predetermined. It's like, okay, I must just be misremembering that. I mean, it's been like 40 hours. Give me a break. Good Dune. Yep, yep. What topic is that tactic? That's from Culinary. Yeah, it is so good. It is so good. Okay, I can do 2 again this round, and I do have full power. All right, we'll put one there. We'll do another cheeky one here. And we'll just save some. And I don't think I need to move anybody. Yeah, we're fine. Save it for when it matters. Okay. Oh, you're stressing, bro. You're stressing. Man, remember that cheeky win we got in that other sect tournament? That was so good. was that in Wu Dang where we did that? I beat that guy that had like 250 more than me. All right, this is gonna be spicy. What do we have? Cause them to advance. Attach to 1 contention. When it eliminates an enemy one, both sides lose 3. I don't need the mad yet. Okay, that one's garbage. Okay, I can make one of them heal. Okay, we really don't have a good one, so we're just gonna need to plow our way through here. I probably should use something just to make room. I really just don't need that. It's fine. No, it's fine. We don't have our eliminate one, which makes me a little nervous, but it's all right. Man, play all your cards there, bro. All right, we put... Let's go cheap on that one. Just enough to win. You are probably going to lose unless I do something. I don't think I have anything that's going to change your fate, unfortunately. 10% of arguments. I could advance one square. I don't need to do that yet. Yeah, nope, we're good. I don't need to be impatient. This is almost certainly my win. Cheater. Okay. We will do a big boy here. We'll do a super cheap one here. And then I'll put that, recover 10% on him. Let him buff up. Now I can draw another card. Yeah, didn't think so. Why are you panicking so much? Okay, true nature. Reveal this trait. Okay, yeah, it's kind of a garbage one too. All right, here. Let's again be. Actually, no. Let's go for a big one here. I got lots left. All right, we'll just play that. Actually, don't do him. Again, I'm just making room so I could actually get something more useful. You can go back and watch the old VODs and see me in chat like, feasting delightfully, so good. The rage bait, yeah, the one where we rage baited him, that was hilarious. I can't believe he actually, yeah, that was masterful debate. Master debater, Dune. All right, here we're gonna need to plow through. Here, I think we're gonna plow through. You're not actually recovering. Okay, I misread how that card works. I thought that was healing your argument by your percentage here. It's not. It's healing how much they came in with by a percentage of themselves. So that's actually not nearly as good as I thought it was. That's good to know now, I guess. Yeah, I don't care about that. Yeah, I think we're just good. Yeah. He's gonna panic out here in a second if I don't just beat him. That's not how the, yeah, that is not how that works. I misread that. Yeah, I guess I've always just ended up on putting it on really big ones because I used to only do the high-powered ones. I see the subtleties a little more now. This is good. All right, cool. Remind me, how much do I need? I don't remember how much I need to get into the finals. All right, please don't move. You jerk. You. Fight me. We need 100? Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, these aren't like super exciting fights. They're also just fights I basically can't lose, so there's that. I really enjoy having such high 270 to take an actual external is so good. So often I just come out of fights and not even have a scratch. Victory by Anders. Well, they spit blood. In Three Kingdoms, I can never remember the guy. Is it? I don't think it's Cao Cao who does it. But some guy basically comes out and insults the other guy so much, the guy spits out blood and dies. So good. And I have to say, I was not impressed by the debate system in the tutorial. The tutorial makes no sense because you don't have your audience. The audience is what makes that whole system make sense. And without it, it was pretty wonky. All right, we're up to 77. I probably should just go do the other forge trial in all honesty. Whatever, we'll beat our way that direction. Come here. Come here, you. I see you running. It's a common trope for people basically suffering internal injury due to rage. Yeah. If two people are vastly different realms, do they suppress? No, they don't. Nope. In the sect tournament, I'm not allowed to use non-sect moves until the finale. So that's why I can't use my meditation elixir. If I could use this, these fights would be even faster. But I cannot, so. As you can see, it's not like I really need it. You jerk. Come here. Come here. They're sparring. All right, we will give tips to this one. What's your name? Who are you? Lao. We'll give the tips to Lao. And then I'll beat up the guy. It's not very gentleman. Might makes right in the martial world, no matter what the righteous sects will tell you. I really enjoyed, if you like the idea of the story plot of Orthodox versus Heterodox, the Tale of Immortal story is actually pretty good and interesting. I have a full playthrough of Tale of Immortal. If you just can't get enough cultivation, that's another like 50 plus hour playthrough, but yeah, the story in that's actually pretty good. Very long game though, oh my goodness. That was another game that like, I never would have finished that if I wasn't making videos for it, so I'm very happy. I've completed so many more games when I have to actually like force myself to finish it because I'm making videos or streaming it. Normally I'm a little too much of a scatterbrain and I jump between games too much. And then when I come back to a game, I'm always like, well, I should probably restart. All right, is that other person here? You are. Don't think you're getting off without a beating too. Poor people, they probably thought that Dune wasn't gonna be back anytime soon, so it was safe to have a tournament. Yep. Well, I do the same thing in like RPGs, Asimov. That's my problem. I do it for everything. Like, let's say I want to watch Game of Thrones and I watch the first 2 seasons and then I have to take a break. Next time I want to watch Game of Thrones, I would be like, oh, I really got to start at the beginning. I'm not going to get the subtle references and I'm going to miss the little details if I don't. That's why I refuse to start, what's the pirate manga? I refuse to start that until it's done. Because when I read that, that's gonna be like a year-long commitment that I'm just gonna have to do the whole thing straight through. One Piece, thank you. I'm gonna have to do the whole thing in one go, or I will never finish it. Can you imagine starting One Piece in multiple times? Ain't nobody got time for that. Since Taiwu has come here to take part, okay, we did weaving last time. Let's do carpentry. 322. Okay, they're a little better at that, but I am still the best. All right. Let me tell you about my carpentry. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so we put a tiny one here. We put a big boy here. I mean, I'm gonna have to put one here. What a turn one. What a turn one. I could pop a buff on him to make us both lose 3, but this isn't the right circumstance for that. Make it recover strategy points. Okay, I can just eliminate whatever I want. All right, let's have you give me some strategy points just to get the card out of my hand. Every titillating detail, that's right. But what sucks is when you're reading like a long manga or something and you restart it constantly. Nowadays, I literally have 0 free time, basically. So anyone that's new, I do have a full-time job. I'm not a full-time streamer, unfortunately, but I don't work summers. So under normal circumstances, I work a full-time job, plus I run the channel anywhere between 20 and 40 hours a week. So it's like basically working 2 full-time jobs. So I basically do nothing but go to work and work on my channel. So I don't have time for anything like that. If I'm lucky, maybe I could watch like 1 episode of something, or I could watch like an hour of a playthrough of something on YouTube. Something like that. So I have to be very careful with how I spend that free time. I think I'm gonna let that go. Win or lose, I'm gonna let that go. Let's get another boyo out here. Who needs sleep or food? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I'm living the high life. I'm sleeping like 7 hours a night right now instead of my usual like 4 or 5 when I'm working. There's just not enough hours in the day. Okay, now, big boy, and then we probably need to do something over here. I don't have my nom-noms. I could kill it. I don't think I want to. I think I let that go. All right, we win this one. The teaching of Buddhism is too much for me. Okay, 11. All right, we're gonna go cheap. Nope, no, we're not. Not with 2 of them. Okay, this is gonna be a little spicier. Okay, I do think we probably eliminate that second one. All right, give me a weak one here. So 165 is what I need to have left. So I can spend 130. And 165. I think we might need to eliminate that guy. Yeah, you know what? Eliminate him. I want to keep the pressure up on them and just let them fall apart on their own. Which one did we get? Did we get the tasty one? No, we did not get the tasty one. Sag. Okay, probably gonna have a win there. Let's continue the gravy train here. All right, I want to get one of these out of my hand. Yeah, whatever. Just show me his strategies. I want to be able to draw, so. Lazy Babble will make more videos. Ironically enough, I could actually make a few more videos if my voice would hold out. Sometimes I just completely lose my voice. It's amazing how much strain you put on your voice if you talk for 4 hours straight. Try it sometime. Okay, we're gonna lose that. That's really unfortunate. Is there anything I can do about that? I don't think this actually would do it, but let me put it on there. When does that proc? Is that beginning of turn? Which I think is the case. All right, so that will kill him after we lose that, and then we put a big boy over here, I think. Luckily for me, I guess, I used to do much longer streams when we did Dominions. 4 hours seems to kind of be the magic number. Just looking at my retention, most people don't even watch that. And YouTube doesn't like to put ads in videos that are more than 4 hours long. So, yeah, 4 hours seems to kind of be the magic number. Okay, so you get a tiny one. And I think you get... Oh, no, shoot. Okay, well, that's fine. That's not going to make any difference. I could eat you. You know what? Let's eat you. Because that's definitely my win, then. There we go. You know, since we can debate random people, why can't we haggle with shopkeepers? You can't haggle, but if you make them like you, they'll give you a discount. Okay, there's our 100 sect approval. Alright, I don't think we need to beat up on any more other poor schmucks. Let's just take our win here. Participate in the major contest. You truly live up to your renown, successor of Taiwu. You have not only passed the sect trial, but also earned the wholehearted respect of the disciples. It would be our sect's great honor to have you in the major contest. Wait for the major... Yep. Watch quietly. Step onto the stage and seek some guidance. You are a PE1. Are you a masochist? The Dominion videos were great. Oh, they were. Yeah, they definitely were. I think the longest stream I ever did was the EAK losses stream where everything went sideways. And I think we were at like a 10-hour stream. That was pretty rough. That was pretty rough. Ross says, when I was younger, I tended to forget when a new book came out. Yeah, when I was a kid, when a new Harry Potter book would come out, I would read the entire thing in one sitting. Cover to cover. Whole book. I did that all the way up through 7. I never had time to read 8 because I was in college when 8 came out. Didn't have time for that anymore. There was never any doubt. Yeah, not really. All right, well, we beat the crap out of them. All right, they're giving me a freebie. All right, let's... Okay, that's not actually that helpful. Okay, so... The Chi Arts... Okay. The Chi Arts is something I would use. When a user's total number of defeat markers exceeds half of defeat condition, the power of all the user's weapons and armors and their weapons unleashing speed are increased based on their current willpower. Oh no! That would be so good, except for I have no willpower. Oh no. Power of enemies' weapons and armor. Oh man. Oh man, that sucks. That would have been so good. Okay, the footwork art. While the footwork is active, the enemy cannot reduce our stamina. Stamina can be used in place of stance, and when it does, oh, stamina can be used in place of stance. Okay, so this is a different way that you could power your annihilation arts. We turn breath into stance, but this is a different way. We could turn stamina into stance. I don't really need that, but that is very interesting. The right build, that would be really good. Okay, unique art. Each time the user deflects a non-follow-up attack, we do the damage thing. Yeah, we saw that. We have infinite tie already. Unique art. We have the celestial armor already. Okay, I think we just take the Chi art. That is so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. That's willpower. That's my worst stat by far. You have 3 relic slots? I have 2 relic slots. We're not taking the swordsmith relic off. Speaking of Dominions, you ever gonna go back and redo some EA stuff? I probably am not gonna play mods. It's just not what I like. And one of my big annoyances with Dominions content before I started making it was I wanted to watch vanilla gameplay, and there were far too many people that always use mods. And I felt that for new players, that's really frustrating because they're not to the point where they want to mod everything, generally speaking. So when it comes to Dominions, I have pretty little interest in the mods. I would like to go back and do a couple more, especially some of my really early EA videos for Yomi, for Olm, for Agartha. I'd love to do another, I'd probably just do a stream of them. I don't know if the jewel crafting really lets him build T1 relics, but T3 should be able to do that. Okay, I do think we're gonna take this. That will be something I actually could use. Been a while. And we got the swordsmith attire and the forging attire. Oh, I have to pick. We'll take that. Taiwu Dun truly stood out at the sect tournament, showing off our sect's supreme martial arts in all their glory. Every disciple was impressed. Clearly, Taiwu Dun shares our spirit. Taiwu Dun, do you share the spirit of Swordsmith Villa, our goals, and our unity of mind? Handle this well, and full recognition of Swordsmith Villa is within reach. Sure, agree with a smile. From this day on, we're officially an outer disciple. Yay. For the next 3 years, we gain 10 extra support. That can go over your cap. All right, was there anything else? Now that I can go over my cap, we have 60. Yeah, you are what I would like to see. I guess we already have it. So I have the art, but it's still a secret. All right, that's a little weird. Sure. Okay, that's all we came here to do. That's literally all we came here to do. So I think we're gonna zip back to where we are. You need to read the art. Yes, I do. I do know how the game works. Yes, we're gonna finish our current book first. Still a bit of a dunce in all the fine arts. So I'm working on it. Yeah, we have low willpower and we have low comprehension, unfortunately. Knowing what I know now, I definitely would have taken more comprehension. So, yeah. Learning higher arts raises the attainment. That's true. That is true. I guess we could ask for a book or two before we zoom off. People that like me. You're probably not high enough. We'll see. What can you give me? Will you give me the footwork? Yeah, you're gonna be too low. Yeah, you're gonna be too low. Where are all my peeps at? Bunch of rando low-level people. All right, you. Would you give me? We can still get the footwork art. Thank you very much. Other topics. Will you give me a second one? I think I already know that one. We already know that one. We already know that one. I already know that one. Yeah, they taught me a bunch of these ahead of time. People were just being like super friendly. Yeah, all right. We're good. Got higher willpower and lower comprehension on my dude. I'm definitely feeling the comprehension loss. Yeah, so am I. I guess we could double check on the fine arts. I think I think I'm probably better than her on a lot of them, if I'm being honest. I don't think she'll teach me a second one because I need to finish my other book. Or maybe I'm just already better than her. Yeah, I'm already just better than her. All right, I'm not too sussed about this at the moment. I got what I came for. All right, let's get back to what we were doing. All the way to Mount Imai. Yep, people are still sad. We're heading over there to try to make them less sad. All right, well, that was a bit of a side quest, but I did want to run over there and at least grab that. All right, now, somebody said I could pause the movement. Yeah, pause. Yeah, we're already there. Forget it. It's fine. All right, book. Give me good things this time. Bedtime reading greatly increases progress. Thank you. Yes. Please read before bed. Pretty please. Reemploy the strategies you've used. Not gonna help. Greatly increase the study efficiency. All right, sure. Good. Okay, we needed to... What did we need to do? Remain at Mount Imai. Okay, so we just need to head over there. Medical care, I'm fine. Industry. I wish the core materials were at the top of this dang list. All right, plant and jade. No. Sure. Yeah, just need to make sure we keep people. We are getting somewhat near the end of our building. All right, let's there you go. Nope, nobody. Okay. No, nobody wants to work at the jewelry shop. Wow. Apparently they all really want to be smiths. Fair enough, I suppose. All right, I believe we got a jade and a plant. Yep, and yep. Okay, and then we're gonna zip over here. I wonder where Zhengshu is gonna pop up. We still have quite a while. 65 months. The big E protects. Okay, let's get over there, and then I'm gonna take my coffee break. We're past the 2-hour mark here, so as usual, I would encourage you to get up, get a stretch, a drink, a snack, etc. We've been here for 2 hours. I'm gonna tell YouTube that we are taking a break, and so you may get an ad there. If you do, I really appreciate those pennies. Right, 5 minutes. I will be right back. All right. Hopefully you guys had a good break. Got up, got a stretch and a drink. Back for the second half here. Let's see what we can do. So they want us to remain at Mount Mi, so I just need to burn some time. Luckily, we just barely made it here, so cha-ching. I do feel like some of our turns are starting to take a little longer, so must be more happening out in the world, if I had to guess. Oh, some of my old crickets died. Natural causes. Sad. Okay, book. We will finish the book next month. That's fine, I suppose. Medical, we're fine. We had that one close call, and now I'm like back to being super paranoid about my health. Uncut jade times 1. Okay. Now, unfortunately, remain in a secluded area of Mount Mi. Okay, I don't think it actually wants me to be here. I think it wants me to be out and about. That is fine. Let's use our treasure ability. Yeah, we'll grab this tranquility pill, sure. Mind clearing repose. Man, okay, so if there's ever a move I need from like an evil sect and they won't teach it to me, we should just hang around and then we'll just help the lost and found in their area. All right, mind clearing repose. It's a chi art. Increases the wood type. Unfortunately, not useful. Vajra Sadhma Palm. Palm's not something I'm doing. Mystery of the Lotus. Another one I'm not going to make any use of. User has 5 available styles, and the enemy has a sealed acupoint or opening. Reduce the decay speed of enemy openings. Okay, that could be something. Are you moving my wood stuff around? You don't say you are. Yeah, we have a problem. Openings are really, really good for us, but we're kind of slow, so my openings go away all the time. As boneless as possible. Yeah. When defending with this martial art, each time we dodge an enemy's attack, we get 2. Yeah, that's kind of whatever. Okay, I think I'm gonna nab this one. We would get the... Oh, unfortunately, that's the header dock. Okay, well, we could change it, maybe. All right, we'll take that. Okay, so we need to not be here, because it says remote, I assume. So, what do we want to go check out? I guess we'll go check out that corner. And on the way, we should do some collection. So take me to here. This guy literally just following around behind me. Mister, I'm too busy. I don't have time to talk. While he stalks me. Gold bell protection from Shaolin. There was a... Well, I only get to pick one, though, Israel. That's the thing. I only get to pick one. Supposedly, we're going to be able to, like, do something here and get them once we get this stuff unlocked, so. That was the other reason for coming over to this sect specifically. We're not done with our book. All right, there's another legendary treasure here. Here, we'll dink around here a little bit. Didn't find a relic. Didn't find a relic. See how good that ability I have is? Didn't find a relic. Hey, the Bebert. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. How are you doing? Having a good Friday? Okay, the wife. I've been training Bagua Zhang recently and found something useful. She's a Wu Dang disciple. Sure. At least she's not whipping us anymore. Mount Emai Moon. The lofty peaks of Emai with the mountains holding a new moon. This night at Mount Emai is something unusual. Layered clouds and mountains and hook-like moons hang over the ridge. In this quiet night, Taiwu Dun leans against the tree to rest, admiring the moon of Mount Emai, when suddenly hearing the rustling of grass leaves in the mountain forest. Taiwu Dun listens intently, feeling that the sound is very faint and soon fading into the night. If not for Taiwu Dun's extraordinary acuity, it would have been impossible to notice. Wary. Oh, we got those three-legged crows again? Does Sunny need another spanking? Taiwu Dun becomes alert, rises and tiptoes towards the source, enters the forest, pushes aside bushes, and sees a group of peculiar birds forming a circle, crouching under the trees. Their hooked beaks like iron, sharp claws glistening, and in their eyes wisdom beyond ordinary birds and beasts. These birds are quite strange. Taiwu Dun tries to observe further, but the birds already sense the intruder, flap their wings, and scatter in all directions. After the birds disperse under the shadow of the tree, a staggering figure slowly rises. Who is it? Taiwu Dun steps forward half a step and sees clearly. The person before him has eyes red as blood, mumbling and roaring. Wearing a neat disciple's attire of Emai sect, it's an Emai disciple who's become possessed. Taiwu Dun finds this peculiar but has no time to think. Use the hilt and help bewitch them. Acts decisively, takes out the hilt and jabs 3 times into their brow. With the 3 jabs, 3 different force, speed, and position, the Emai disciple felt his 3 souls and 7 spirits, along with all of his memories, vanish without a trace. And when he felt his own body about to shatter into dust, an indescribable faint light once again molds his soul, memory, and body back together, restoring his form. That Emai disciple's eyes are dazed and he fell to the ground. Taiwu Dun put away the Fuyu hilt and waited a moment, saw their mind gradually clear up. Dazedly, he thanked them and stumbled away. This is good. Taiwu Dun recalled what he had seen, a group of peculiar birds surrounding a person, behaving quite strangely, unlike ordinary birds in the mountains. Yet, after deep thought yielded nothing, Taiwu Dun suddenly heard a soft sound of footsteps behind him. It's Monkey! Does that not sound a lot like a rebirth after shattering soul? Yes, it does. I'm pretty sure the Fuyu hilt is basically doing that. Taiwu Dun turned to look carefully. The newcomer was not human, but a snow-white ape, wearing clothes and holding a walking stick, slowly emerging from the forest. Taiwu Dun saw his eyes were full of intelligence, not a simple beast. Then slowly stepped forward, trying to address it in human speech. I am the successor of Taiwu. May I ask what you are called? He really liked that. Taiwu Dun said this, and the white ape gave a gentle smile and replied in human speech. Indeed, successor of Taiwu, this old one saw the Fuyu hilt and felt a sense of familiarity. Now, I do not know how many springs and autumns have passed before finally seeing the successor of Taiwu appear again. This old one is but an ordinary white ape. Bander Log confirmed. At Mount Emai, young friend, just call me whatever you'd like. So you're the senior white ape. He's one of the guru. He probably has at least 2 astral. The white ape seemed full of emotion, its eyes gazing at Taiwu Dun, and said gently, this old one has lived deep in the mountains for a long time, no longer involved in worldly affairs. Today, knowing that the successor of Taiwu has appeared in the world, I rashly showed myself to meet you. But I see your expression, young friend. Is there something troubling you? I just saw a strange matter. Taiwu recounted what he had seen in detail. The ape listened, pondered a moment, and said, young friend, since you are the successor of Taiwu, I will tell you the truth. There have long been demons dwelling on Mount Emai. For 100 years, they have hidden their traces, not meeting humans. Thus, people today no longer know demons exist in the mountains. But if mortals approach the demons, they may be tainted by their demonic aura, gradually increasing their demonic nature, and thus easily fall onto the demonic path. According to what is said, those particular birds should be the demons of the mountain. So that Emai disciple must have fallen in possession due to the demonic aura. Taiwu Dun thought to himself, but did not know whether the peculiar bird demons had acted intentionally or unintentionally. Before he could ask, the white ape continued to explain. However, the demonic aura only served as a catalyst. That Imai disciple likely already had a demonic nature, and today, triggered by the demonic aura, he suddenly lost his mind and became possessed. The mountain demons mostly do not understand this reason. Seeing him go mad, they scattered and fled. I see, Senior. So you indeed know much, and do not seem like an ordinary demon. The white ape saw Taiwu Dun, spoke modestly and politely, and thus regarded Taiwu Dun as a close friend, replying gently, "This old one has lived peacefully at Mount Imai for several hundred years. In the past, I also witnessed the founding of gradual flourishing of the Imai sect, so naturally I've seen a bit more. Your cultivation spans over 100 years? Dun startled inwardly. The white ape before him had lived on Mount Imai for several hundred years, and its measured speech and staid demeanor showed profound wisdom and extraordinary knowledge. Surely it was a spiritual ape of remarkable cultivation. Does anyone within the Imai sect know of you, Senior? The white ape slowly shook his head. This old one has always been happy to befriend people. In my early years, I also passed on martial arts I had pondered to the world. But later I withdrew from the world, preferring seclusion in the mountains and no longer appearing before people. Thus, no one in my sect today knows of my existence. I see. The white ape then said, the mundane world is tumultuous. I have no intention of stepping into it. Now I have only one little demon apprentice by my side, a child who often accompanies me, obedient and sensible. I think he will return soon. I'm gonna guess his apprentice is the guy causing trouble. So the mountain demons are also willing to diligently cultivate martial arts. Among demons, those who practice martial arts are rare. My apprentice is also a rare martial arts fanatic. As soon as words were spoken, one man and one ape heard a rustling sound coming closer. Yeah, you look suspicious. You look suspicious, little she. We're on to you. You look like a certain somebody almost from Final Fantasy XIV. Taiwu Dun looked towards the sound and saw a youth suddenly emerge from between the trees, clad in feathers, half human, half demon. The youth first looked at the white ape, then turned to gaze at Taiwu Dun, showing surprise, and asked suspiciously, "Who are you? Why are you meeting my master?" "Show some respect, kid. I'm Taiwu. Who are you?" "You should give your name before asking that of others." The white ape nodded with a smile and said, "This child is the apprentice I mentioned, named Shi Haojui. Young friend, you may call him Zhao Shi." Zhao is like little. I use that all the time for character names. Little dragon, little nap. Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi stepped forward quickly and said thoughtfully, "You're the successor of Taiwu? Everyone says you master all martial arts under heaven, and all major sects respect you. Is that true?" "Well, that's not exactly false." "Indeed." Zhao Shi's eyes light up. "Just now, while wandering in the mountains, I happened to bump into several of my disciples and hid in the shadows, hearing them talk about the successor of Taiwu." "The disciples?" Zhao Shi recounted vividly. One of my disciples looked dazed and spoke incoherently, saying that when he was in a daze, he was lucky to be saved by the successor of Taiwu, or he would have lost his life. "That must be the Imai sect who was possessed just now." Later, after speaking just a few words, he collapsed to the ground as if exhausted. The other disciples quickly helped him to return to the sect. This is good. The white ape heard this and felt it as well. Seeing that the night was deep and moonlight grew more serene, the white ape said, "My residence is deep in the forest ahead. Today is getting late. I hope if we meet, if fate allows, and chat at length another time. I have some wild fruit here. Take them and ease your hunger and thirst." "Thank you, Senior." Some tier 9 fruit. Thank you. After Taiwu Dun accepted the gift, the white ape beckoned Zhao Shi to his side. The two bid farewell to Taiwu Dun and then melted into the forest and gradually disappeared. Zhao Qiao and Da Qiao are the best girls from 3 kingdoms. They were just talking about birds corrupting people. True, true. Asimov feeling confused. All right, Ra, have a good one, man. Thanks for joining us again. Okay, next, remain at Mount Imai. All right, just wants me to chill. All right, let's go through our monthly. We finished the Green Bag book. Yeah, we finished the green bag book. I wish it wouldn't warn me about that when we're at 100. All right, let's get the martial arts. We haven't actually studied a martial arts in like forever. That was the unbinding the origin. 180, yes please. That one's also fine. I do want to study that one, so let's not waste that one. I don't care about that. There we go. Oh, do I even need that? I don't even need that. I don't need that either. Wow, okay. Easy book. Never read a book so easy in my life. Simple. All right, no medical issues. No, nothing I need to do in my village. All right. I think we're just gonna roll the month. Yeah, we can fit 30 more energy, and that'll give me 60 if something procs. Ah, that coffee. Mingda Abbess gives us some tips. Wow, we're getting trained by an elder who is, she's so powerful she looks like a kid, but she's 2,000-year-old dragon. I've been diving into Dantean manipulation lately and making some real progress. Want me to share it with you? Sure. They demonstrate how to do it. I've been diving into sword glimpsing flowers lately and making some real progress. Want me to share it? Sure. Wild greenery stretches to the sky as your sky hangs over the water. While traveling, Taiwu Dun suddenly saw an Imai disciple approaching hurriedly. When he came near, he bowed with clasped hands. What's the urgent matter you bring? Disciple, upon seeing Dun, appeared somewhat relieved. He took a letter from his bosom and presented it to Taiwu Dun, saying in a low voice, I'm a disciple of the Imai sect. Today, by order of the sect leader, I came specifically to find the successor of Taiwu. This is a confidential letter written by the sect leader himself. I hope successor of Taiwu will open and read it personally. The disciple sighed, his tone worried. You may not know, successor, but our sect has recently encountered some turmoil. It's quite troublesome and hard to settle. The details are written here in the confidential letter. Read it. Taiwu Dun opened the letter and read it, and saw that it was indeed written by the sect leader of the Imai sect in haste. To the successor of Taiwu, reading this letter is like seeing my face. All the world knows that our Imai sect is upright and acts properly, but unfortunately, recently some miscreants have been harassing us, repeatedly trespassing the mountain gate, insisting on challenging sect's elders. Our sect has always stood by chivalry and does not wish to resort to force. Thus, the elders refuse to fight and only ordered the disciples to banish the madman. However, it is truly embarrassing to say that although our disciples stepped forward one after another to fight, in the end, none were victorious. If it were only this, it would not be a concern. That peculiar thing is that the martial techniques this person uses are all secret arts of our Imai sect. Moreover, the madman even makes arrogant claims, saying that the founder of the Imai sect was originally his junior brother, who betrayed his master and destroyed his teacher to establish the Imai sect. The martial arts he passed down are all erroneous, so how could they surpass his? It is lamentable that our disciples first lost to their own martial arts, then heard such blasphemous words. Some disciples were with weak resolve begin to feel uneasy. This matter is a secret to our sect and should not be told to outsiders. However, recently some disciples of our sect have successfully lost their minds and become possessed. With the entanglement of that madman, we are too occupied to handle everything. We must beg successor Taiwu to come in person, help us rescue the possessed disciples. The madman is so arrogant. Do you know his background? Taiwu Dun felt this matter was indeed very peculiar. He put away the letter and asked for details of who the intruder was. The disciple slowly shook his head. This person, leading his followers, undoubtedly charged into the Imai sect. He never revealed his name, truly mysterious. We only wanted to banish him, but unfortunately our skills were inadequate. We couldn't defeat him. You usually punish evil. Perhaps this person has a grudge against you? If that were truly the case, how could this person have learned our sect's martial arts? There are many doubts, and we are utterly perplexed. The disciple harbors suspicions, and the elders of the sect are unaware of the full story, so naturally they dare not act rashly. Upon saying this, the Imai disciple's expression grew even more puzzled. Since it could not be repelled, how was the matter finally settled? Disciple answered with suspicion. That person is indeed strange. Forcing their way into the gate, he sounded abruptly defeated our sect's disciples, as if merely to provoke our sect's prestige and display his own skills. After several battles, he merely left a few arrogant words and then drifted away, disappearing without a trace. Strange. With Dun's relationship with reading, you should do the Lion Face sect at some point. You'll find kindred spirits. I will never understand the Chinese trope where a sect doesn't care who wins so long as someone wins in their name, including outsiders. I'm not usually seeing ones about outsiders. Usually it's like the righteous people will start resorting to dirty tricks to win because it's only right that we win. Like I said, if you enjoy this storyline, you really should watch the Tale of Immortal playthrough. It really plays with that trope a lot. Taiwu Dun heard this and found it bizarre, thinking that since this person possessed semi martial arts and considerable skill, and dared to directly barge into the sect and utter arrogant words, he must have deep ties and would not be an ordinary martial arts hooligan. You what? I'm afraid this person is no ordinary martial arts figure. The mighty disciple let out a soft sigh upon hearing this, then clasped his hands and said, I myself cannot fathom exactly what's going on. Perhaps the successor of Taiwu could come to the sect and discuss it with the sect leader. Since the secret letter's been delivered, I must quickly report back. I shall take my leave. Bye. The disciple took a hurried leave of Taiwu Dun and turned and departed from this place. Taiwu Dun, knowing well that the Mai sect always acts with righteousness, thought that if not for this suspicious matter, they would never have sent the letter requesting aid. It also occurred to him that this matter might be related to the founding of the Mai sect. When he had some leisure, perhaps he should go to the sect in person and investigate. See it a lot in Chinese movies. Part of it, I guess, is just pride and arrogance. Again, YouTube takes Shinosuke's "Yeah, Asimov" and translates it to "I'm Asimov." Thanks, YouTube. Very helpful. Literally just changing what people are saying. That's really cool. I wish I could turn that off. On this day, Taiwu Dun had arrived at the gates of MI sect when a figure in plain white robes with an air of righteousness, clarity approached slowly from afar. It was none other than Bashu's chivalrous swordsman, Li Zihao. Upon seeing Taiwu, Li immediately quickened his pace, stepped forward, and clasped his hands in salute, saying, What a fortuitous encounter today, to meet the successor of Taiwu. Why have you come here? Taiwu Dun, missing a space and wrong capitalization. Upon saying this, Li frowned. I heard the mysterious one had broken into my sect again. I rushed hastily, but I don't know the current situation. At this moment, you arrived just in time. Taiwu then turns to look at the Yinmai sect to hear a clamor of voices and several young Yinmai disciples already in chaos, while the remaining more composed disciples wear grim expressions, their robes fluttering as they rush straight towards Jinding. Why don't the two of us go investigate? Li Zihua immediately nodded in agreement. The successor of Taiwu speaks truly. All of our Amai disciples of the audience are heading for Amai Jinding. It seems the mysterious one's now at Jinding. Taiwu Dun and Li step onto the sect. As they are headed towards Jinding, an Amai disciple recognizes them and hurriedly comes forward to pay respects. Greetings, successor of Taiwu and great hero Li. I never expected the two of you to arrive together today, but the sudden turmoil has arisen within the sect. Pardon our lack of propriety. My sect is well acquainted with great hero Li. Hearing the question from Taiwu Dun, the my disciple couldn't help but laugh. Great hero Li is free-spirited, charitable, and righteous, often performing relief for the imperiled of Shu. He has long been on good terms with the my sect. Among known chivalrous heroes of the Bashu region, aside from our sect members, great hero Li is foremost. This guy's like too nice. I'm starting to get suspicious. I see. Have we seen him and the outsider in the same place? No. Seeing Taiwu Dun looking over again, Li's face flushed slightly, and he could only wave a hand awkwardly and say, I dare not accept such praise. I am but a mere wandering hero of the martial world. How can I compare to my disciples? Although I cannot bear to see injustice in the world, I regret my shallow martial arts. So many matters remain beyond my power after all. Li spoke seriously. Fortunately, today I am not the only one who came to Imai. The successor of Taiwu's martial arts are outstanding, renowned in the martial world. If the mysterious one sees you coming, perhaps he will no longer dare act recklessly. I wonder what he's plotting. The Imai disciple recalled the incident and immediately showed a bitter expression. While leading the two forward, he began to speak. A few hours ago, the mysterious one suddenly attacked, actually charging straight into Imai Jinding to cause a disturbance. This person declared they wanted to have a sect tournament with our sect, and no one stepped forward. They would forcibly act and compel our sect to accept the challenge. That madman delved into Imai Jinding, and not a single person could stop him? You may not know, but the mysterious one appeared suddenly. The sect leader and elders, not knowing his intentions in accordance with the code of martial arts, naturally treated him with courtesy. Unexpectedly, this person used a trick and secretly struck, wounding several elders. Not only the sect leaders holding on, facing him alone. At present, the battle is fierce and it's difficult for others to approach. You two must be extremely careful. A sudden attack? Taiwu Dun exchanges a glance with Li Zai-hao, who mused, this person came with ferocious assault. I doubt it will only end in injuring a few elders. Perhaps we should split up. So you can go transform? I'm on to you, Li. I'm on to you. I'm ashamed. My martial arts are humble. I can only do this meager effort. Li bid farewell to Taiwu with cupped salute and summoned several disciples to investigate further parts. After he turned around, we headed to the Jinding. After a moment, Taiwu Dun arrived at Jinding, where my disciples had formed layers of encirclement, impenetrable. All disciples watched with bated breath, their eyes locked on the battle. Each wore a stern and angry expression. They found no opening to assist. Pushed through the crowd. That is a face. Also, that is a face. Taiwu Dun pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. Soon the view opened up, revealing a young man in the arena, his face like jade, expression sullen. His attire suggested he was not from any sect and that it was unclear where he was from. But then he suddenly leapt into the air, accompanied by 4 attendants standing around him. The 5 attacked together, engaging in an entangling fight with Zan Chan. 5 against 1, how despicable. Focus carefully on observing the situation. I'm on to you, Mr. 200. I love how their martial arts are a secret until you click a different screen and then they're no longer a secret. Needles. A T1. Legacy technique of Imai's ancestors, unlike many, presents variations. Finger force advances without User can tap multiple times to consume any styles, repeatedly increasing its direct damage. If the enemy's within attack range, each style creates a sealed acupoint. Oh, he's gonna be so bad for me to fight. I can already tell you. Oh, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt a lot. Dun frowned and closely observed the current battle, observing the mysterious one's every move. Indeed, all of Imai sect's martial arts without a doubt. Looking next at Zan Shan, fist arts and palms struck out simultaneously, advancing and retreating like a divine, fighting these 5 to a standstill. But 1 against 5 was ultimately too strenuous. After a prolonged battle, Zan Shan grew fatigued. Openings gradually appeared in offense and defense, and she seemed about ready to fall at disadvantage. Has anyone put in a bug report about this problem with the flipped pronouns? Such a fierce battle is not a good strategy. Taiwu Dun knew that if entangling this fight continued, Zan Shan would undoubtedly lose, but concerning the sect's honor, how could Zan Shan admit defeat? Instead of retreating, Zan Shan gritted his teeth and persisted, barely withstanding 5 strikes. Taiwu Dun inwardly exclaimed trouble. Unexpectedly in a flash, a mysterious one seized an opening and struck with a hack. Zanshan was unable to dodge and knocked back several steps, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. Things have come to this. Can't fight anymore. Lend a hand. Seeing the mysterious one rush forward again, aiming at Zanshan's vital point, Taiwu Dun could no longer sit by and immediately let out a loud roar. His body darted like an arrow from a bowstring, steadily blocking the mysterious one's strike. Save who you can save, punish who you can punish. To be fair, it's English's problem that they don't have a unisex pronoun. That's not correct, Nate. You use it or they in that case. Like, someone broke into my house last night. They stole my shoes. It's non-gendered. If it were merely to challenge Amaya, why be so ruthless? Seeing the mysterious one rush forward again, aiming at them. Yeah, okay. We rush forward with a roar. The mysterious one blocked, paused his strike, squinting at Taiwu Dun, and said with a smirk, "And who are you to meddle, daring to interfere in my grudge with Amai? Spank who you can spank, little boy. Sparring and comparing skills should be done with restraint. This principle I, successor of Taiwu, shall teach you. The principles of the world are not for you to teach me. Enough nonsense, let us fight." The mysterious one had not finished speaking when he immediately attacked. This is going to be very painful. He is going to seal the crap out of me, I have a feeling. We have not fought a lot of acupoint users, but the few times we've fought them, it's been pretty painful. You know what? I think we're going to juice for this. He's already fighting up to. Do we have... I want something that's going to give me a little bit of resistance. Yes. And one here too. Yes. All right. That'll probably do me. It's cleaving time. It's juke time. Oh, I don't remember if I mentioned this. So I messed up and we didn't get to see a tiny bit of epilogue from Swordsmith Villa, but the kids who were pretending to be swordsmith martial artists were using Thunderous Juke. I wonder if that's just because it was a martial art from the sect, or I wonder if it's because that's what Taiwu was using. I thought it was a cute little detail. All right, let's get our universal stance. Let's get our meditation. All right, we do know we need to respect his power, so we really want to wait until we have 35 breath before we do any more inner stuff. I'm liking that we're hitting for 190 with the auto attacks. 495! Why are you so much tougher than even Dune? All right, don't you dare start a martial art right now. All right, let's see if this is going to be a painful fight or not. If we do some damage here, we're going to be very happy. If we don't, we're going to be very sad. Okay, we're very happy. All right, you got to wait for my breath. Yep. 35. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get that up. I don't think we're going to have time to get that up. We're actually going to throw up wooden armor, hopefully, because it's better than nothing, but that is not a good one. Okay, that wasn't too bad, especially considering that's my really bad defense. Yeah, that's fine. Oh my gosh, all those little internal things. Okay, give me breath. I want to get an actual yin yang up. All right, this is my real defense. Okay, that wasn't as bad. Although that wasn't, I guess that wasn't too bad. All right, my turn now. Cheeky little bugger and your quick little attacks. Okay, he does have some physical defense on that. Last time we hit him with no defense up, so this won't hit nearly as hard. Yeah. Okay, no unleash ready. I feel like he's doing something to my breath. Why am I... Yeah, he is doing something to my breath. What was that? What are you doing to my breath? You are definitely doing something that's sucking all my breath out. Show me... Oh, I can't do it by type? Okay, so it's probably an acumen or a footwork. What are you doing that's draining my breath? That's annihilation. Wait. No. Upon deflecting a non-follow-up attack, the enemy's inhale is reduced. That's what he's doing to me. And I do note that he is using heterodox, not orthodox. That's actually kind of dangerous. That is kind of dangerous. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. And now he's gonna do Touch of Death. I don't like that either. We're not gonna be able to defend that one. Okay, luckily we're not gonna have to. I don't like that guy. I don't like him one bit. Alright, we'll put him over our knee and give him a paddling. This is for bullying the Amai sect. I'm gonna confiscate your spiked snake. Taiwu Dun's strikes were like a rainbow, forcing the Mysterious One to retreat step by step, unable to parry anymore. The Mysterious One knew the situation was unfavorable and abruptly retreated several steps, showing signs of stopping the fight. Seeing him halt, Taiwu Dun does not pursue further, but stood his ground, facing him from a distance. Are you willing to stop here, or do you want another spanking? Looking at the scene now, the four attendants behind the Mysterious One and the Amai crowd showed indignation, refusing to yield to each other. Seeing everyone's resentment, the Mysterious One sneered and said, "You're not from Amai, but you butted in halfway. Even if you defeat me, I will not accept it. Just now you outnumbered us first. How can you say that you have the face to refuse to accept?" Oh my gosh, my poor voice. To be fair, Touch of Death is probably scary in Celestial Hand if the AI isn't going to burn styles for power up. Yeah, it's this dude and four attendants are all fighting at once. The Mysterious One showed no shame and said plausibly, "When we sparred with the Amai sect, we didn't agree beforehand the number of deployments on each side. Fighting 1, we are 5. Fighting 100, we are still 5. How's that outnumbering? Well then how's it a problem if I step in? You butted in halfway, I can't let that slide. But the outcome is undecided. I must compete again with the people of Amai. Sophistry. You know Amai puts chivalry first and will never gang up on you." The people of Amai heard the words of Taiwu and were also indignant. The disciples shouted out, "You villain have provoked us repeatedly, yet our sect still treats you with courtesy. Who knew you had ulterior motives? Today not only did you ruthlessly slaughter, but you also dare turn back into white and confuse right and wrong." Looking again at Zhang Shan, now being helped and had retreated to the side, hearing the Mysterious One's words, his anger was still unabated. He couldn't help but say, "So you mean today you insisted on determining victory or defeat with the disciples of the sect?" The Mysterious One gave a forced smile and said slowly, "Since the sect master is heavily injured, let's stop here today. After 3 months, I will come to Amai again to spar with the Amai disciples anew. Then it will be best of 5, a fair contest. The loser must immediately announce to the world and forever get out of Jingding. How can this matter be decided by you alone?" "Well said, successor Taiwu. You want a duel? So what if our sect doesn't accept?" The Amai disciples were in an uproar upon hearing this, and Zanchan gritted his teeth and said, "Our sect is not one to be arrogant in martial arts. Nor do we wish to show off reckless courage. You have provoked us repeatedly, insisting on determining who wins and loses. What exactly is your purpose?" Unexpectedly, the Mysterious One said coldly, "I was sincere and wanted to have a fair spar with you all, so the world can clearly see Whose learning is the true orthodox? Except for we already know that you don't use orthodox, you liar. But you repeatedly evade and avoid battle. Could it be that you have a guilty conscience and dare not accept? True am I orthodox? Upon hearing this, all the Amai disciples rebuked him. Zanchan was even more furious, immediately shouted, "Nonsense, our sect's orthodox lineage. How can you slander it so recklessly?" Cough, cough. Seems Amai sect places great importance on the orthodox lineage. The mysterious one grew even more arrogant, continuing to provoke. I said earlier that the founder of Amai was a fraud and a hypocrite. Now it's even clearer. His disciples are all mediocre people who fish in troubled waters. All disciples, hearing this, glared with eyes nearly splitting, burning with anger. Zanshan was forcing himself to stand upright and said sternly, "If our sect's disciples defeat you in sparring, will you bow and admit defeat, kowtow to our founder, and confess your wrongdoing, explaining where you learned this Amai martial art? If so, to uphold our founder's honor, the Amai sect accepts this sparring challenge." For the sake of their founder's name, they have no choice but to accept. Since Zanchan is willing to accept the challenge, the mysterious one immediately laughed loudly and said, "If you really win, you can naturally restore your reputation. But I'm afraid your cultivation is shallowed and you are not true Amai orthodox, so you will ultimately be defeated. Is this truly a fair contest?" A word spoken is past recalling. You, Taiwu meddler, must not interfere with our fair contest like today. Having said that, before Taiwu Dun could think, and before Amai could interject, the mysterious one immediately leapt off the ground, and his 4 attendants fled swiftly away. His footwork arts as fast as lightning and eerily unpredictable, and in a blink he vanished without a trace, gone to who knows where. This footwork art's truly strange. Taiwu Dun thought to himself that the person's footwork arts were bizarre, like a bird disappearing into the forest, vanishing in an instant, not like an ordinary martial artist. Just as he was pondering, a group of Amai disciples had already gathered around, some bowing with respect, repeatedly thanking Taiwu Dun for the help. Others anxiously stepped forward to support the severely injured Zanshan. View their condition. Taiwu Dun immediately turned back to view, only to see Zanchan pale-faced, barely holding on. Having been enraged earlier with further damage to his primordial chi, fortunately Taiwu Dun had saved him in time to avert mortal danger. With such injuries, he would need time to rest and recover. I'm a bit of a doctor. You want me to take a look at that? Zanchan, supported by a disciple, stood up trembling, bowed to Taiwu Dun and said weakly, "The man has set a 3-month deadline, insisting on a rematch, unwilling to let it go easily. Our Amai sect has been established for hundreds of years. The legacy of our predecessors still stands. There's no reason to continue being at others' mercy. The current plan is to quickly prepare a method to counter him and face the strong enemy. Do you have a plan?" Zanchan sighed softly. "This person attacked today. The elders and I were all severely injured, probably unable to guide the disciples' cultivation. In desperation, I can only implore successor of Taiwu to help our sect and guide the disciples." Sure. What about your martial arts? Our Amai sect incorporates all martial arts of the world: finger, sword, fist, all kinds of martial arts, multifariously. I don't know what multifarious is. Someone want to give me the definition in chat? When facing different strong enemies, we naturally choose suitable methods to target their weakness. Ask about orthodox. Zanchan frowned and said, "Legend has it that when our founder first arrived at Mount Amai, he had an opportunity to learn from an immortal ape in the mountains. After our founder established the Amai sect, he passed down his martial arts through word and example. Thus passed down through generations, this is the true Amai orthodoxy. This matter has its origins, and we will not allow the madman to confuse the truth." Thank you, Harrower. Multifarious is an adjective that describes something composed of many different sides. See, I would say multifaceted is what I would have said. It points to a great diversity, complexity, and wide-ranging variety of things. Okay. Having or occupying great variety. Multifarious is actually a martial art. Great multiplicity. Okay. I see. How to guide. Amai's martial arts: 1 tree with 5 flowers, 5 flowers with 8 leaves. Many schools, each has its merits. Among them, the disciples of 5 branches: Chi-Ching, Tai-Fo, Azure Ox, Hong Lin, and Danny, have most outstanding skills in the sect. 5 branches of disciples. Fist arts, sword arts, finger arts, twin stabs, internal cultivation. The disciples of the 5 branches each have their specialties, yet they share the same origin, all stemming from the long-transmitted Imai orthodoxy. Precisely because they originate from one tree, our sect's martial arts are diverse yet orderly, pure and correct. No wonder the 4 words orthodox origin affect the stability of the entire sect. Zanshan finally said earnestly, the most skilled in martial arts among the 5 branches will lead all disciples in diligent cultivation and martial arts training. I'll ask you to guide them well. Okay. Zanshan sighed softly. This person attacked today. The elders and I were injured. Okay. Imai once vowed to help Taiwu destroy Zhongshan. We are connected. It is fitting. This matter cannot be done without the successor to Taiwu, who understands all martial arts under heaven. However, to avoid any unfairness, you will only need to guide the disciples of Imai martial arts on behalf of me and the elders. You can rest assured that our Imai disciples will never covet the martial arts of other sects. Look at the disciples. Dihun Dun looked around at the Imai disciples and saw everyone had fortitude in their eyes, with a capital F. Full of sincerity and raising their arms and shouting, we will certainly engage the arduous cultivation to the death, vowing to wash away today's shame at Jingding. As Imai disciples, we uphold righteousness, and in the future we will surely defeat those hooligans, with a capital H, in an upright manner. We will never allow the villains, with a lowercase v, to confuse right and wrong and tarnish the central reputation of our Imai sect. In that case, I will contribute my modest efforts to help. Upon hearing this, Zanshan seemed slightly relieved, their expression easing a bit, and said slowly, the successor Taiwu, measured in conduct and humble, is an unparalleled hero under the heaven. Our Imai sect thanks successor Taiwu with further assistance. This is good. With that settled, Zanshan let out a long sigh. I originally wrote an invitation hoping you could cure the possessed. I never expected you would arrive, you would witness an improper spectacle. In my opinion, this person has a grudge. Oh my goodness. I thought this was a short one, guys. Zanshan said, our sect has always hated evil as the enemy. When our disciples travel the martial world, they often aid the weak and punish the wicked, so making enemies with evil hooligans is ordinary. At this point, Zanshan, somewhat ashamed, and bowed again. Since the mysterious one bears a grudge against our Imai sect, banishing him was originally our sect's private matter, and there's no reason to involve an outsider. But the situation has changed, and there are many strange aspects to this matter, forcing me to involve you. We feel guilty. Please don't blame us. Since I've agreed to the matter, Sectmaster need not mention it further. But I wonder, where are the possessed disciples now? Zanshan looked grateful, raising a hand to point vaguely below Jingding. Successor Taiwu is open-minded, or my sect is deeply grateful. To avoid future trouble, I've ordered the serene chamber to be cleaned, possessed disciples to be housed separately, and additional personnel to guard them strictly. I implore you to cure them now. Sure. As they finished speaking, the Imai disciples stepped forward, intending to lead Taiwu to the residence of the possessed sectmates. Severely injured, Zanshan could not go with them, so could only bid farewell with a bow, and then, supported by the disciples, returned to the serene chamber to rest. They look like they're turning into like wild men. Dihun Dun followed a Imai disciple to a secluded small courtyard. Before approaching, they saw 4 disciples standing solemnly outside the courtyard, holding swords, serious expression, tight security. Looking further into the courtyard, several people were indeed imprisoned here. Though dressed as Imai disciples, their eyes were bloodshot and they were making distinct roars. Some clawed at the doors with their hands, others rammed the railing with their bodies. All their actions were wild and terrifying. We jabbed them and fixed them. We put away the hilt, and then they have some time before they recover. It's the same text each time. Felt relieved and was about to take their leave when he suddenly heard an applause. Dihun Dun immediately turned back and saw Li Zaihu, who had been investigating all over Imai earlier, now approaching spiritedly, clapping his hands with slight hurried breath and disheveled hair. His voice arriving before this person. Great hero Li! I'm very suspicious of this guy. I didn't see him and the other guy at the same time. I've arrived just in time to witness the successor of Taiwu rescuing the bewitched. Had you not upheld righteousness and acted promptly during today's turmoil at the Imai sect, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Such magnanimity and skill in saving the world and calming peoples truly fills me with admiration. Judging by your appearance, you must be quite busy. Li nodded slightly and sighed in emotion. I went to investigate various places, and sure enough, The mysterious one had already deployed many practitioners of heretical arts around Imai and on the mountain paths, waiting for the opportune moment to carry out misdeeds. He truly is malicious in his schemes. Li then explained, I have found out that these villains not only secretly stir up trouble and wreak havoc on Imai, but also plotted to incite a group of disreputable martial art wanderers to launch a large-scale attack on the mountain once Imai is defeated. Yet despite saying this, there was not a trace of worry on his face. Great Hero Li, you seem composed. Could this matter be of no concern? Li unfolded his folding fan, swaying it gently and said, with a Michelia flower, with the successor of Taiwu engaging in me ahead, I and other of my disciples naturally clear the rear with worries. Clear your rear of worries. Now the hooligans have been banished one by one, and me and my disciples all hidden dangers eliminated. Truly, no longer a concern. With your assistance, much trouble has been saved. Hearing Dihun Dun say this, Li Zihua couldn't help but blush slightly and said with a hint of shame, this matter all depends on the bravery and effectiveness of my disciples. I merely found the villain's trace and offered a modest plan. I really don't deserve such excessive praise from the successor of Taiwu. The mysterious one's scheme has failed. I wonder what other plots he'll devise. Thinking of this, Dihun Dun told Li the whole story of what had happened, mentioning that the Mai sect was forced to agree to a martial competition, yet the sect leader was severely injured and unable to attend, which made him somewhat worried. The Mai sect leader, now severely injured, unable to persuade... No, same thing. Hey, Gab, how's it going, man? It's shorter than Swordsmith, but you're still far from done. Li pondered for a moment, then raised his head with a solemn expression. In my view, this turmoil is far from over. It will likely become more intense. With his scheme failed, the mysterious one surely has further tricks. We must see what changes occur on the day of the Jinding competition. From now on, I fear the successor of Taiwu will have to put in more effort, so be it. With that said, there was nothing urgent left here. Hearing Dihun Dun shoulder the responsibility of instructing for the competition, Li was also eager to go gather news of the martial world. The two bid farewell and turned to their own separate ways. Oh my goodness, that was so long. Oh my. Okay, I wanted to, well, here, let's do it in order. All right, we finished unbinding the origin. And then what was my other martial art? I do think I'm gonna get that one. It was a unique art. Why am I not seeing the word unique? There it is, unique art. This guy. Martial arts costs 50% less stance. The reason I'm interested in this is if we're gonna have a shortage of breath, that's gonna be kind of important. All right, we can get a big bonus. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so we have 3 incompletes and a lost. Ouch. I don't love that. I do think we're gonna do a study even. Yeah. Okay. Medical, I'm fine. Industry, collect. Herbs and jade. Herbs and jade. Herbs. We're definitely getting somewhere with these, considering we started with a very low level one. And the jade's coming along quite nicely. Getting that little bit more cash. Okay, here we have a new martial art. We haven't had new martial art in like forever. Woods of Fire. Yep, that's safe to use, so that's totally fine. And then let's just make sure we're running the best stuff here. So, Steel Sacrifice and Forge's Trial. Yep. Attainment in martial arts reaches 400. Yeah, we need to get to that. That'll be really nice. Okay, done and done. 47 energy. 1 month cooldown on my other abilities. Do we have any books around that we know about? Unfortunately not. We could go do some circulations. Yeah, maybe we head off that way. If he's literally holding the flower and scheming like a Disney villain. Yeah, flowers usually have a lot of meaning in these type of stories too. What is that? I've never seen that symbol before. All right, what is that? Oh, is this me training them? Okay, maybe I do have something to do. I always feel that my moves are a bit sluggish and lacking in power. I wonder if you could offer kind enlightenment to guide me on the path. To prepare for the Jingting duel, Yan Di has been diligently studying twin stab martial arts, training day and night to refine their martial arts, but has hit a bottleneck and urgently needs guidance. Based on our exotic weapon attainment, the guide will receive various degree of cultivation results. However, the same level of guidance can only be benefited by once. Even repeated instructions will yield little. If it increases later, we can provide guidance again. Well, let's find out. Taiwu Dun disassembled the martial arts essentials one by one, meticulously analyzing the principles. Hearing the thorough instruction, Yan Di and my disciples were suddenly enlightened and understood much. Yay! Good? Also, hold on, I remember what I forgot. I was thinking, do we have the thing now to unlock the sect? We held off because it was going to be cheaper. Support from my sect has not been reaffirmed. After completing the story, it's cheaper. Okay. I was wondering if maybe we should just do it, but if I'm going to get it to be cheaper later, that's fine. Okay, we'll head over there. I'm glad I noticed that icon, because I was ready to zoom off to go waste 3 months. Oh my goodness. Was that like 7 hits? That was amazing. Bonk. Unfortunately, it was a bunch of stabs. So, you know, we have that. Are there any other options? I don't know. When we get to sword, I'm actually good at sword, so we'll be able to tell. Yeah, see, look at this person. I think they're all fancy with their fancy sword moves. Let me show you how you hit someone with a sword. Thunderous. Juke. That's how you hit people with a sword. Don't try to be fancy. What is my attainment in sword? I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to look. Not something I stare at, generally speaking. That actually looks kind of cool. What is that? 8 veins of ice from Veilstar. Bunch of chi defense. Some reflect. Unfortunately, the reflect is only internal, so good luck with that. You want to just wait this out? No reason to. Hit him. It's only 20%. Is that sword or blade? If you're talking to me, mine is a sword technique. Time to duke it out. His sword, it was more of a slab of iron than a blade. Soul Shine sword. Alright, get wrecked, nerd. My attainment is in sword arts 363. By far my best art. Blades is 120, polearms is 120, conceals is 30. Those are like my starting. almost. In fact, I think those are my starting. 240 over on the chi. No ghosts. Hey, Z. Hello, guys. I accidentally married a low-stat wife, and it seems the game only allows one wife. Is there a way to divorce the old one? I can't find the button. Shinosuke, I believe, has done a divorce. Maybe he can help you out here in chat. Show us the tooltip for the juke sword? Sure. Hold on. While I'm here, let me... Oh, no need for repair. So, this is a sword type. It has 4 hacks, a stab, and an upswing, which is like just perfect for spamming the heck out of my thunderous juke, which needs 3 hacks. Help me, I was incorrect. I guess Shinosuke had not. Till death do you part. Aww. Is there a harem ending? 200 and 400 seem to be the most important breakthroughs. Because of the extra book, Nate, I assume? Yeah, when we got our when we got our 3rd book for fine arts, it was a huge jump in getting through hard books. Yeah, it is a sword. A very, very nice sword. Ghost brides? Oh no. Alright, no marrying ghosts around here. That sounds like the title of a light novel. Help, I accidentally got married to a ghost bride, but she's actually kind of cute and a good cook. Way too short. We could workshop that. We could call it Love Beyond the Grave. Married a PE 14. Ghost Bride is a novel. There you go. They already are way ahead of us. Okay, my techniques are slow and sluggish. Okay, same text as we had before. We'll give him instruction the best we can. We are not very helpful, I'm going to be honest with you. Not on those ones. Alright, now this one I'm good at. Doesn't have any different things. I'm guessing we just need to spend the energy to do it more than my actual thingamabobber. I guess we also spend a little bit of XP. Alright, we have trained everyone. Can I do it multiple times? Maybe? It looks like I could just spam it, but I don't have any meters or anything. The Jinjing Arena is now unavoidable. At the sect's request, help them prepare for the tournament. Go find the 5 sects and click on the martial arts. Provide them with guidance. Before the competition, go find the white ape and inform him about the competition. During the arena preparations, interact with sect members in the sect to acquire about the things. During the arena preparations, interact with non-sect characters to inquire about the orthodoxy. Okay, we got some stuff to do. Okay. Okay, the white ape's right there. Oh, my weight. I hate having to deal with weight. Okay, show me the weapons. Alright, start disassembling. We'll try to save a couple of the higher tier things to sell it in our town, but I think we're gonna have to rip a bunch of these apart. Okay, that got us below. Oh, hey! It's been a long time since we leveled up Artisan. The knowledgeable ones create things, while the skilled one describes and adhere to them. Everything that is created by Taiwu Dun follows the principles of balance, harmony, and precision. Having created countless things, Dun Taiwu's mastery leads to ingenuity. It approaches such fine craftsmanship, they can open up a whole new world. Dune breaks out into a whole new world. Master crafters don't just follow tradition, they innovate. When your attainment meets the weapon's regular repair requirements, you can alter their techniques. Ooh. Yes, please. Very connected to what we were just talking about, but actually we'll just talk about it next time we're in a fight. But I think we have one that we never use, so we could just remove that. We could just remove that and add another hack. Broke up with an ex-girlfriend. Oh, okay. I had 13 lovers. I need to break up with them so they stopped asking. Stop accidentally. Look, you can't blame me, wife. It was an accident. I'm not sure that one would fly, Shinosuke. I'm sure there's a saying about drowning while others dehydrate. Parenting education. All right. This is child number 2, I believe. As they grew older, they became more interested in chi arts. Sure, we'll teach you about them. That's how it should be. Okay, we got to stay really focused here because we got to run around to several different places. So let's go talk to the ape. Hello. I don't like how sometimes you have to click this and sometimes you have to click this. I wish both of them worked. The mountains were lush and green, and a very suspicious bird baka who has a very similar haircut chirped in harmony. Dihun Dun made his way through the grass and across the stream, searching deep in the forest, and finally found the dwelling of the white ape, which turned out to be a secluded and hidden rocky cave. Inside the cave, a clear spring gurgled, sunlight slanted through the gaps. The white ape sat leisurely, while beside him, Zhao Shi was spiritedly recounting recent turmoil. Listen to the words. Just then, a little stone was speaking at the end and said crisply. Why did they suddenly translate Shi to stone? I heard that many of those lost and possessed disciples in my sect, as soon as the successor Taiwu arrived, they were cured. If you say Cao Cao, he will appear. The white ape, hearing this, saw Dihun Dun approaching slowly and couldn't help but ask with a smile. I was just asking about how Little Stone talked on the matter of the possessed MI disciples. I suppose thanks for your help, young friend. My sect's turmoil already subsided? Not exactly. Seeing that the white ape seemed unaware, Dihun Dun then spoke of the agreement in Jingding competition and explained in full detail the myriad incidents of the mysterious one repeatedly provoking and forcing my sect to accept the challenge. I wonder if those crows transformed into the bad guys who were ambushing people. After hearing this, the white ape's expression grew even more somber, and after a while he spoke slowly. So the my sect has encountered such trouble. But I have dwelt in the mountains for 100 years, yet I have never heard of a my founder has seen your brother. Since you, senior, witnessed the founding of the my sect, you must know about my founder's affairs back then. The white ape lowered his eyes and sighed, recounting the past. To be honest, young friend, hundreds of years ago, I indeed had a master-disciple relationship with a my founder, teaching him my own insights of martial arts. However, it was entirely the my founder's own ability to create many profound martial arts of the my sect from my ethereal insights. So the legend says the my founder once apprenticed to an immortal ape. The immortal ape is you, senior? The white ape nodded slightly, then continued. But since then, I've lived in seclusion deep in the forest. Not 100 years have passed, and the my founder has long passed away. This mysterious one is still young and does not resemble someone who attained the Tao through cultivation. By this calculation, how could he have any connection to the founder? It seems the mysterious one speaks of nothing but falsehoods, yet is so confident. There must be something else behind this. The truth of the matter, I fear only you, young friend, can uncover. Having said this, the white ape closed his eyes and said no more. Dihun Dun then thought back to the past between the white ape and the my founder and couldn't help but feel curious. Since you, senior, have a deep connection with the my, have you considered lending a hand? The white ape sighed and said, I'm old and in my twilight years, secluded in the mountains. How could I know the great changes of the world? How many times has it turned? Moreover, the worldly struggles for fame and profit, the grudges, the enmities, I've never understood their meanings. So why should it help? I'm just a white ape. You could definitely help if you wanted to. Yeah, I'm very suspicious of you, kid. With the talk over, Taiwu Dun was about to bid farewell to the white ape and leave. But as he suddenly turned, he noticed Little Stone had been standing quietly aside, silently and looking very well behaved. Little Stone, have you ever heard of the mysterious one? Stare. Also, I just realized this art style that they use for these, I almost call it black and white, but like brown and white pictures, is the exact same style as they used in Tale of Immortal. I just realized that. Seeing Taiwu Dun looking at him, Little Stone smiled shyly, raised a hand to point at his own feathers and replied, "With my appearance, I dare to hide at a distance and eavesdrop on idle talk. Since no one mentioned Mysterious One, I had no way to know." Uh-huh. So he hasn't attained a human form? I highly doubt that. I think he's jealous. As for whether the Amai founder had a senior brother, Little Stone's expression turned slightly strange. He seemed to want to say something but stopped, then fell silent. Taiwu Dun, seeing this, temporarily noted the matter in his mind. Only after bidding farewell to the two did he leave the place. Yeah, suspicious. And you're actually on the map? I need to go to one of the villages anyways. That is slightly closer. Can I talk to you on your own? On this idle day, Dun Taiwu strolls leisurely towards the mountains. Happened upon Little Stone cultivating. Successor Taiwu, you've come. Little Stone's expression is light-hearted, his manner enthusiastic, with innocent and well-behaved demeanor. Recalling of how earlier, when I talked to the senior ape about the founding, you seemed to have something to say. Little Stone's face stiffened, somewhat embarrassed. After stammering for a while, he finally said in a low voice, "The successor Taiwu is indeed as observant as dust." Actually, there is a hidden matter. When my master mentioned the Imai founder, I recalled past events. My heart was too disturbed to come back to myself for a long time. Little Stone lowered his eyes, his voice filled with shame, and slowly explained. Before I became a disciple, I was young and ignorant, most fond of winning and showing off. After bullying weak demons in the mountains, calling myself the king of the mountain, after that time, I heard the Imai founder was skilled in martial arts, and I was very unconvinced. Knowing that the Imai founder's martial arts were taught by a white ape, I came specifically to seek apprenticeship, vowing to cultivate the supreme arts and surpass Imai founder by a notch. Senior White Ape disliked conflict. I'm afraid that he would not approve of the reason for seeking an apprenticeship. Little Stone gave an awkward smile. As the successor Taiwu said, my master saw through all my distracting thoughts at a glance back then. He stayed with me day and night, disciplining me for 3 years, and set 3 rules with me. Only when he saw I no longer bullied the weak did he take me as a disciple, hoping that I would follow him in cultivation and reform to become good. Senior White Ape has the mind his own business, but instead sacrificed himself for others. Zhao Shi, apparently we forgot how to translate the name, recalled the past, a trace of emotion in his eyes, then sighed and said, "Thanks to my master's repeated guidance, I finally felt remorse and gradually reflected on my past mistakes. Thereafter, I vowed to reform completely, uprooted my old bad habits, and never again be one who oppresses his kin or strives to outshine others. Now I must devote myself wholeheartedly to cultivation, diligently practicing and studying hard, so as not to disappoint my master's painstaking teachings. As for whether I can surpass them, I no longer dwell on it." Taiwu Dun looked at Zhao Shi, lost in thought, seeing how he appeared obedient and pure, diligently cultivating every day without causing trouble, but wondered whether the ape's painstaking efforts had not been in vain. He seems a little bit like a trickster. Just saying. Sepia tone? Yeah, sepia would be a good word to describe it. Observant as dust. Yeah, I don't get that one either. In Wandering Sword, one of our, let's call him sect mates, was called the Dustless Sword, but that just basically meant that he constantly polished his weapon skills and practiced. Okay, we need to talk to somebody that's not in the sect, so let's zoom over there. I like how this guy's like trailing me. That is so suspicious. I'm just saying. Hey kid, what do you know? What do you know about the orthodoxy? The orthodox doesn't matter. Those who trouble Imai likely have ulterior motives. Zi Tingchang seems to have heard rumors, so be it. Alright, what about somebody else? Orthodox doesn't matter. Those who trouble them likely have ulterior motives. Do I need to do multiples of these? A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shoe. If Imai Orthodox is beyond doubt, it should quickly come forward to clear its name. Ulterior motives. Why are there nothing but kids here? The throne is passed around. Next year it might be my turn. Even dynasties can change, let alone the tumultuous martial world. Wang Ya seems to have heard rumors in the martial world. Is there a certain amount of these that we need to have? Or am I just collecting random details? Sect nursery / daycare. I think I talked to you. If Imai cannot win, how can it claim orthodoxy? Okay, anyone who's done this storyline, do I need to keep talking to these guys, or am I good? They all seem to have about 3 things that they're just on repeat. I would have kind of expected that to check off my list. Hold on, kid. Orthodoxy. Might be my turn. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be your turn, buddy. Okay, we seem to just be getting repeating text at this point. Okay, I'm not getting any response on that. That makes me a little nervous. I wish there were a couple more adults here. I don't think I talked to you. I guess that's it? Alright. I guess we're heading back to the sect. I'm gonna be very sad if that didn't count. Yeah, because it checked off the monkey. It checked off the monkey. It did not check off the instruct disciples, though. I don't like this. I don't like this. Make your lists actually check things off properly, please. I'm very curious why this doesn't require energy either. All right, I guess we zoom. Also, chat is like completely dead. I'm gonna alt tab for just a second, make sure I didn't lose my chat connection. Nope, you guys are just giving me the silent treatment. I'm on to you. Probably need to teach the disciples? Well, we did it once, and we did it twice on one of them, and nothing changed. It said it would only change if we grew in skill, which I don't think we will. What was the question? I'm over here questioning villagers, Mac, and I'm not getting this checked off my list. Like, one of our to-dos was talk to the monkey, and it got checked off the list. Do I need to talk to more? I've talked to like 10 plus people here, and they have about 3 canned responses and nothing else. But it's not checking off my list, which is what's making me nervous. I want to complete it correctly. And if I zoom over there, we're not going to have enough energy to come back. That's the problem. Because we're on a timer of 2 months. Probably 1 month once we roll this one. I don't know about the villagers, but instructing the disciples is most important. Okay, well, we did that. We did it once each, and we did one of them twice, and it also did not check off the list, so the villagers just give you the lore. Okay. All right, so they basically were like, well, if they're not lying, they'll win. Or, well, they've been on top for a long time. It'll be okay if they change. Yeah, let's go talk to the disciples. Orthodox or unorthodox, what you said, I just don't understand. I only follow the teachings of my fellow sect mates. Arduous day and night, what fear is there? I'll rest a moment, then continue cultivating martial arts. In the contest, I will not disgrace the sect. If it comes to the 6-year-olds fighting, we're probably... Andrew would be proud, but we're probably in a bad way. They're determined. All right, how about you? Yang Bing King looks somewhat confused, hesitating. I've been cultivating in Mai for a long time and never imagined an outsider could defeat so many sect mates with our sect's martial arts and gravely wound the sect leader. At first, I was indeed filled with fear and anxiety. What about now? They turn resolute. However, I've been cultivating for many years. The sect's teaching and martial arts I've all learned are all based on personal experience. There's nothing false. Thinking of this, I have no need for fear or worry. Only fearing my cultivation is still shallow, and I don't know how to repel the mysterious one and protect the peace. Good for you. That's a good attitude. Stay true to my heart, do my best. I see. Before I was obsessed with the result, forgetting my true nature. Yeah, 1% better every day. 1% better every time. Arduous day and night, what is there to fear? Okay, let's keep questioning a few more, I guess. No matter how the villain tries to instigate, we and my disciples must stay true to our hearts and never be deceived by him, lest we commit a grave mistake. Do you have any doubts in your heart? You have very distinct eyes. Although I have some doubts in my heart, I know that the orthodoxy of the sect cannot be shaken. How could I believe the nonsense of others? Look at my skills. Are they illusionary? Is that what I have learned useless? I only hope that the day of the Jinking contest, I have a chance to spar. I wonder if my cornet spells if I can crush that arrogant ruffian. I have a feeling you cannot. If you wholeheartedly advance your cultivation, whether you succeed or fail, it will or not will be clear in due time. Well said. I should wholeheartedly cultivate, not cling to victory or defeat. The words of a successor have enlightened me. Yeah, see how some of these at least are disappearing here. Following the models passed down by a sect, I have so many fellow sect mates passed down through generations. How can it not be orthodox? Is the Imai sect martial arts used by the mysterious one different from those you've learned? My cultivation is still insufficient. Although I vaguely sense the Imai martial arts used by the mysterious one are somewhat different than what I have learned, I cannot tell exactly what the differences are. However, if the successor observes closely, perhaps you might be able to discern clues? Fine. That mysterious one has attacked several times before, and many fellow sectmates have lost their mind and become possessed. Fortunately, the successor of Taiwu saved them and brought them back to the right path. I can only hope that this is resolved quickly. This is good. They're giving you canned responses. I think this is the gather lore phase. Okay, so we have instructed each of these guys. We have talked to the villagers, we've talked to the monkey, we've talked to the bird, we've talked to the disciples. We should be fine. Yeah, basic instruction is also grayed out. Oh, that's because of my energy, though. Also, that is not a good look, my man. Okay, let's run the month here. Welcoming a daughter. Ah, we didn't end up with a son. Name the child yourself. We'll try this. Ziyin. All right. You are now my child. You are Zhu. Confirm. We are happy if they grow up healthy. And she's right back at it. I don't think you're allowed to have any more kids, but sure. We'll give it the old college try. Okay, we should have one more month. All right, we'll give him more basic instruction. I'm not sure that that's actually doing anything, if I'm being honest. Again, I sure like some feedback game. Was there a teaching the disciples sword arts part? I mean, we did teach the sword people. I guess it did disappear. Yeah, you're right. Maybe we need to do more. I guess we could throw some more energy. I'm pretty sure I've done that one 3 times now. If they disappear after teaching, it probably means you need a certain attainment. That very well could be. And sword is definitely my highest, with chi being the next, and that one's not disappearing. Okay, well, it is what it is. All right, we did not finish this book, just in case we have to fight. Oh, there's no way we're gonna finish it, though. All right, well, we can do a reading. But yeah, we're in a lost chapter and no epiphany. Not gonna happen. Okay, well, that is our month, I guess. We did the best we can. Can we talk to you? What about Amaya's recent situation? Their leader was injured. Okay. Clarification? What kind of hero are you? Okay, I think we've been through basically that same stuff before. All right, no. Have food? I mean, we got lots of different foods. Okay, let's roll the month, I think. Did I do this? No, I didn't. I got too distracted. All right, 3 plants. Okay, you know. Sure. We're getting close enough. Why don't we go ahead and throw down another residence? Well, a little urban sprawl here. We'll go that way. All right, start learning, you bums. Okay, done. Oh, I should have used it. Well, we were on a time limit. All right, do it. Yuan Di gave some tips about learning flying white ape. Accept the offer. Overwhelmed with joy. Inherit a legacy. Taiwu Dun received a request from Chi Kai at Mount Imai. On this day, Taiwu Dun was traveling, grief-stricken messenger, carrying a bundle, hurriedly approached. The messenger stated that Chi Kai had passed away and left some relics. Oh, there you go. Somebody finally died. Sure, we'll keep the relics in remembrance. Enlightenment bracelet. It's armor. Wooden bracers. Enlightenment shines with clarity. 30% external injury reduction. Defense attributes, 50% chi defense. Well, this is probably better than anything I'm using. All right, well, we can still try, wife. No inheritance tax. Let's look. It was a bracer. So we are currently using this. 15% external. Defensive attributes are a little higher. Is that actually better? Blade break doesn't matter. Toughness doesn't matter. I guess the external injury reduction is nice. It's not very relevant for our current thing. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Oh, but it puts my weight over. It puts my weight ever so slightly over. I wasn't overweight with this, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try to remember that we need to go do a little crafting. We need to find some weight. Oh, yeah, we could refine it. You're right. That was not what I meant to do. The Yamai sect had been preparing arduously for days, and finally the day of the Jinding contest arrived. On that day, the piled rocks were lofty, the wind solemn. Taiwu Dun went to Mount Yamai again, only to find the sect in tumultuous chaos. Taiwu Dun stopped to look closely. Inside the mountain gate, many people from the martial world with eager expressions flocked in, followed by guiding disciples towards Jinding. Among them, many heroes. Upon seeing Taiwu Dun bowed in greeting and repeatedly called out, "Successor Taiwu!" Taiwu Dun had no time to think further and heard the Yamai disciple say, "Greetings, Successor Taiwu. The mysterious one has appeared at Jing is about to begin the contest." They hesitated, troubled expression. Something happened? Disciple lowered their voices and said, "Surely Successor Taiwu has seen the situation around here. Heroes of the martial world and Banshu heroes, having somehow gotten wind of the news, have flocked to the sect. Under the circumstances, if Yamai loses, we will all face and become a laughingstock, and will have no foothold in the martial world from now on. No time to lose." Taiwu Dun sets off immediately, following the Yamai disciple straight towards Jinding. Along the way, they indeed saw many Bashu heroes and famous figures coming in endless stream. The Yamai disciples had no way to refuse, so they led everyone up the mountain to watch the battle. Taiwu Dun looked at the heroes around him. Although they came for the same contest, their thoughts were unfathomable and expressions varied. One of the heroes quickly approached Taiwu and said respectfully, "The sect truly is a highborn of the martial world. For this Jinding contest, even the successor of Taiwu has come in person. We came from a nameless small sect. We have ever seen such a spectacle." Nameless sects? Another hero, overhearing the conversation, came forward with a grin. "We people of Bashu, ever since ancient times, revered chivalry and have straightforward temperaments. Thus, there have been many wandering heroes of the martial world here, even hidden amongst the wilds or having established small sects. I imagine Successor Taiwu has never heard of us." "I've heard a little." The heroes both surmised and delighted upon hearing this. "Does the Successor Taiwu know of us? We're obscure and unknown. If one day we could be like Brother Zihua, we would be content." "The great hero Li?" The previous hero then spoke again. "Everyone in Bashu says that Brother Zihua has long attained the Tao and become a mortal sword immortal, so he can come and go without a trace." Very suspicious. "Whenever someone in the martial world is in trouble, he will appear and help. For such a grand event today, Brother Ziwa must have already gone to the Jinding to watch the contest." He's also very suspicious. Then two heroes whisper to each other in hushed discussion. They praise Li with almost divine, even giving different descriptions of his appearance. Caught in 4K. Taiwu Dun knew that the so-called mortal sword immortal was merely a tale passed down amongst the people, believed by the world. It seems that Li was deeply popular in Bashu, and because he had open and selfless, acting fair, he had won sincere admiration. You all hold him in high esteem. Did you come together with him? No, the martial arts under the heavens originate from Yamai. Yamai sect has a long history, and not only a highborn grand sect praised by all Bashu, but also Mount Tai and Northern Dipper of the martial world. With such a contest event, we naturally came to watch, but we wonder if Yamai can uphold the words of pure origin and upright foundation. The heroes grew more animated as they spoke, and from his words, Taiwu could already detect a hint of calculation. Lost in thought. The hero at his side seemed to have a sudden thought, then turned his gaze with a hint of probing and asked, "Today, my sect is engaged in contest with someone. It is a major event for our Bashu. The outcome affects many things. Successor Taiwu has come in person. Could there be demonic affairs involved? Or are you just here to watch? Whether it's a man-made disaster or a demon, sometimes there isn't much difference." Two heroes became curious and were about to ask further, but Taiwu Dun would say no more. The guiding of my disciple saw this and said, "Whether it's man-made disaster or demons, the Successor Taiwu is here. We can rest assured. The contest is imminent. Please follow me quickly." The group hurried forward. As they neared the Jinding, they saw more and more people in the martial world gathering, as if the entire Bashu martial world had heard the news and come. Seeing this, Taiwu Dun had some guesses. Yeah, somebody gathered them here. All the heroes had gathered. Must be someone deliberately spreading news. Soon after, Taiwu Dun arrived at Jingding and saw a surging crowd. Bashu heroes, veterans of the martial world, and people from all walks of life gathered here. There were many spirited young heroes, rejuvenated retired elders, and rich gentlemen in fine clothing arriving with servants. All had eager expressions, faces full of anticipation as if they had already known about today's contest. So many people. At that moment, Jingding was a hive of noise. Taiwu Dun looked around, quickly saw the volatile undercurrents. Heroes from all over either had eyes flashing with sharp light or were frowning deeply. Some cheered with enthusiasm, others shouted loudly. Among them were those with scheming hearts hoping to profit, and those with worried expressions, silent concern for Imai's situation. All had different expressions, their thoughts unfathomable. There are many visitors today. Besides those who truly come to support, there are many who are fish in troubled waters. Yeah, I see you, buddy. Taiwu Dun looked over at everyone present one by one, then caught sight of Bashu hero Li, who had indeed already arrived at Jingding. He was standing amongst the crowd, knitting his brows and calmly watching the situation. He had a worried expression. Looking around, he lightly sighed. When he saw Taiwu Dun, his eyes lit up. Great hero! Taiwu Dun had taken a few steps closer when Li came over, enthusiastically pulling Dun Taiwu. The successor Taiwu has finally arrived. Today, the heroes from all over Bashu have gathered at Mount Imai's Jingding. This is my first time I've seen such a scene. How have all the heroes learned about the contest? A trace of worry lingered between Li's brows as he spoke softly. Some days ago, rumors spread throughout the martial world of Bashu. It said Imai sect and the Mysterious One entered into a pact of contest at Jingding and decided the true lineage of Imai today. If Imai sect loses, they will withdraw from Jingding, and the Mysterious One will give away all the relics and martial arts accumulated by Imai sect over the centuries to everyone present. Naturally, no one wished to miss such an opportunity. Knowing this was yet another scheme by the Mysterious One to overthrow them, I hurried over. The rumor in the martial world was probably spread by the Mysterious One. Li sighed again. I pride myself for knowing everything about the martial world, but having come to Mount Imai today and seeing the sea of people, I realized how widely this matter had spread and how many believe it, far beyond my expectations. The enemy is hidden while we are exposed. Naturally, it's hard to guard against. Hearing this, Li Zihao's brow grew even tighter. The people coming up the mountain this time are very different from the hoodlums that lay in ambush at the foot of Mount Imai before. Among them are very high virtue and great influencers who can summon wind and rain. In that case, Imai sect has less room for retreat. Taiwu Dun felt increasingly uneasy, and as he pondered, he suddenly heard the hero shout loudly, I heard the orthodoxy of Imai has been questioned. Today, the contest at Jingding, we have all gathered here to witness Imai sect prove its name. May I ask who invited you all to come? Dun straightforwardly asked. The hero replied frankly, if the successor of Taiwu asked me, I received the message from the martial world earlier, informing me the sect was provoked and that they would engage in a contest with a mysterious hero. For this, they specifically invited all heroes to come today as witnesses. Everyone here, I believe, is in the same boat. Dun looked around and indeed saw a large group of heroes whispering each other, all nodding in agreement, saying they'd received a letter from the martial world, learned of the matter, and came here to witness the contest. When pressed about where the message originated, no one knew. In the current situation, all heroes are restless, all waiting for the sect to engage in battle. It's clear my sect has been pushed to the forefront of the storm. Suddenly, a familiar cold laugh came from not far away. Taiwu Dun stepped into the crowd and followed the sound, saw a composed figure with 4 subordinates flying in from the sky, then landed at the center of the Jingding. Several high-tier Imai disciples immediately took a vigilant stance, surrounding them in confrontation. The sect leader was wounded, I suspect has not recovered. That mysterious one shouted loudly, Imai claims to be the highest of good sects, but all it passes down are false techniques and wrong practices. Its disciples are ignorant and incompetent, all worthless. I can sweep them away with the wave of my hand. You only have false reputation. In truth, you are swindlers stealing glory, squatting on Mount Imai for centuries, utterly shameless. That is something that the demons might be kind of upset about. So I think this might be Bird Boy. Today, I will use the authentic Imai martial arts to completely defeat you. Return this precious mountain to the heroes of Bashu. Besides Taiwu, Li said thoughtfully, the man's malicious. He says such things deliberately to enrage my sect. And among the martial arts wanderers present, there are those who wish to profit from chaos, who will also take the opportunity to cause trouble. Let's see what the scoundrel will do. After saying this, Dihun Dun looked again at the heroes, and indeed, upon hearing the mysterious one's words, the crowd was in an uproar, some skeptical, some jeering. If you have empty fame, you might as well concede. Save yourself embarrassment. If Amai doesn't fight, won't it confirm the accusations of being a fraud? Enough of the useless arguments. Get down and settle this. Let's see who is the true orthodoxy. My ancestors once cultivated at Mount Imai, so I should also get a mountain peak. There are those who support Imai. Imai is a pillar of Bashu. Today, show your true strength and rectify your name. Villain, do not disparage the highborn. Imai disciples, quickly strike and teach this madman a lesson. Protect the reputation of your sect. Such arrogance is outrageous. Imai is a highborn and good sect. They should quickly accept the battle and crush this spirit. In the martial world, strength reigns supreme. We all came all the way here just to witness a real contest. Fight already. Stop dawdling. Do you guys need a lesson in manners? Because Dune has all the time in the world. For a moment, the shouts rose one after another. All the heroes present urged them to fight. The situation's boiling oil on fire. The Imai sect has no choice but to fight to the death. Dihun Dun knew the danger of the situation. The heroes of Bashu gathered today were a mixed lot. Looking at the Imai disciples again, they heard the shouts around them, but stood tall and proud, neither humble nor arrogant. They already prepared to face the enemy. Since things have come to this, adjust your equipment and settle this quickly. You're a bit of a chonker. The sect leader is absent today due to injury, so Dihun Dun is considered half a steward. A high-tier disciple of the Imai sect immediately stepped forward, looked at the mysterious one, and said sternly, "Since we've agreed to a contest, there's no need for a war of words. Let you and me just spar." The disciple quickly turned around, bowed deeply to Taiwu, and said solemnly, "Thank you, successor Taiwu, for coming to help. The contest is about to begin. This concerns the honor and disgrace of Imai. Successor Taiwu's proficiency in all martial arts under heaven. We humbly request your kind enlightenment to command us sectmates in facing the enemy. Which disciple is willing to step forward and engage in battle?" Then several Imai disciples stepped forward and bowed to Dihun Dun with clasped hands. They were full of spirit and imposing, clearly already fully prepared. What a group of highborn disciples! What magnificent spirit! The mysterious one let out a sneer and said mockingly, "Even if the instruction of Taiwu, you have learned a body of false skills, ultimately useless. I want to see what other abilities you have. Enough talk. Assign a disciple, begin the contest." Dihun Dun doesn't want to speak further with the mysterious one and ordered the Imai disciples to prepare and be fully prepared, ready to begin the contest immediately. Before battle, he also set 3 rules with the mysterious one. In this contest, each side will send 5 people. The outcome will be decided by 3 wins of 5 matches. As Dihun Dun's words fell, the mysterious one smiled contemptuously. "Since the successor Taiwu says so, we'll follow this agreement. 3 wins out of 5. But no matter how many rounds, my sect will ultimately fall by my hand. Stop bluffing. Make a move." Oh, this is not good. The mysterious one gave half a smile and then suddenly let out a deep roar. The short-statured person leapt out and entered the arena. This man's breath was steady and long, his inner strength deep and overflowing. Clearly, he had a solid foundation and could not be recklessly attacked. Let's carefully consider the strategy to counter. Dun Taiwu thought to himself, carefully considering the strategy to counter. This man's inner breath is sustained, his foundation is deep. I'm afraid a head-on confrontation will be hard to win. We should find an opening and break his vital point. This battle may require engaging with twin stab. Okay. Assign a disciple skilled in twin stab to engage. Probably should have taken time. I did, Nate. I don't know what to tell you. The sword one disappeared. I think my attainment might not be high enough. We did the chi one 4 or 5 times, and it didn't seem to change any of the effects. Assign a disciple skilled in twin stab to engage. Dihun Dun immediately summoned an Imai disciple skilled in twin stab and ordered him to engage. Yuan Di was agile in movement with hidden sharpness, stepped steadily out among the disciples, made a slight salute, and then entered the contest to begin battle with the subordinate with the mysterious one. Observe the battle. During the battle, they used all their learned skills, fighting at full strength. Twin stab in his hands flew, cold gleams and flashing, stabbing, lifting, and tangling, twisting. Between motion and stillness, it was like flowing water, clean and crisp. His body's maneuvers advancing and retreating like the wind. Every move concealed fierce force, heading straight for the enemy's vital points. Oh my. What was I watching? I don't remember what it was. I want to say it might have been something from Limbus Company. It was a meme video or something, and they had a clip from something, and the guy's like, we need you to coach. I've never coached before. You just need to come up with a play. A play? Yeah, just one play. Okay, I can do that. That's how I feel. Like, all right, guys, here's the plan. We're gonna find the biggest chunk of iron we can, and then you hit them really hard with it. And they're like, I'm not sure that's gonna work, Dune. Feel the stress of a sports coach. You won't be able to imprison the opponent. Okay, I don't think I'm actually fighting. We just get to watch. All right, so just out of curiosity, are we actually evenly matched? 280 versus 280. Okay, at least they're not up-realming us. There's nothing I can do, apparently. Apparently, we're both gonna dodge each other a whole lot. Do you guys literally not have any abilities? You should be firing something by now. Okay, there we go. Thorn of the Blue Poppy! Unfortunately, horrible defense there. I got some bad news. I am not feeling super confident on that. The micro chi is a disaster. Yeah. Well, do you have a defense? Okay, good. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Am I chi rank 10? No, I'm 6. All right, well that's one of our losses. However, when Yan Di entered the arena this time, he was completely suppressed by his opponent. Though he fought tenaciously, he ultimately was outmatched. After dozens of exchanges, they actually were knocked back by a palm strike, key surge, and had to admit defeat. The my disciples on the sidelines showed worried expressions, standing stunned and sighing. The surrounding heroes whispered to each other. Discussions arose. Amongst them were both sighs of regret and sneers of mockery. Nothing could be done. Yeah, I'm not fighting, dude. That's not me. The Amai sect has already been defeated by the opponent. The Mysterious One's expression was arrogant, even showing smugness. Is there anyone who dares step forward? Oh, he's got a lot of weapons. The Mysterious One laughed coldly, lifting his chain slightly to one side, and one person carrying 7 or 8 strangely shaped weapons walked out. The man's meridians were chaotic and twisted, his inner breath abnormal, and an eerie aura emanated from them. He was definitely not an ordinary martial artist. We'll consider our strategy. Taiwu Dun thought to himself, considered carefully. If his meridians are chaotic and his acupoints misplaced, I'm afraid attacking his acupoints will have little effect. We should probably use a weapon that directly attacks. This battle may require sword arts. Online. Excellent. That's the one that I'm pretty sure we actually were able to train. All right, well, at least we're not going to get skunked, right? Send the sword arts. Taiwu Dun immediately summoned the Amai disciple skilled in sword arts and ordered him to engage. Yuan Yun stood tall, holding a sword, stepping steadily out amongst the disciples, bowed with the sword in a salute, and then entered the contest to begin the battle with the subordinate with the Mysterious One. During the battle, Yuan used all of his skills, fighting at full strength. He's aiming for the vital points. It's basically the same text we had before. Is this the shonen? Well, they didn't give me a lot of time or warning that I had to train up a bunch of losers. All right, for the record, out of curiosity, what equipment do you have? You've got the piercers, you have a sword. All right, just for the sake of it, I am not allowed to change his weapon, Mateus. I don't know why he would go with the twin weapons and not his sword if we chose you to be the sword fighter. Also, hold on. Just out of curiosity. 280. We're at 184. 280. He is at 194. So relatively close. I find that very strange. I mean, I guess you can use the arts from other things, so. All right, well, he did better than the other guy that fought. Let's see what the enemy's move is, though. You guys have not seen the video unless you're a member yet, but this kind of reminds me of Elsa Bong when we have to just watch the AI do stupid things. I love the change of pace. The various Taiwu stories, if anything, are super diversified. Yeah, that's good. I've enjoyed the stories so far. They've all been pretty interesting. You can get some that are a little frustrating, like this one, where it's like, oh, by the way, I hope you're really good at these other 4 martial arts that you don't use. Oh, you're not? Oh, that's going to be a problem. He has tranquility. That's why the opponent can't cast. He has tranquility. Oh, is he doing the same thing they did to me? Reduces their styles? No, he's got a full set of styles. Unless somehow he's getting rid of like the one jab or something that he needs. Look at the stance. Yeah, I'll stare at the stance for a minute. I can't believe his attack would need like 50. Thank you. Yon Yon. I knew I could count on you. For what it's worth, Babel, my losers lost all 5 rounds. Didn't really broadcast what you're supposed to do. I think whoever said that earlier was right. I think if you have a certain level of attainment, you can do it. Because I have no explanation why the sword one disappeared. Other than I'm really good at sword. And so I actually trained them. If it was just about effort, well, I trained that chi guy 5 times. So that was 25 energy. So even if I did nothing else, I didn't go talk to the ape or anything, I could have only trained another like 10 times. So Tranquility's inhale recovery is so good. Can you see if it's a breakthrough? Sorry, I missed it. Orthodox is 100% chance. After a moment of back and forth entangling, Yang Yang grew stronger as he fought. Looking at his opponent, he was gradually losing strength. Frequent openings appearing in his parry. Soon, he was finally struck by Yan Yan at a vital point. And there also, maybe these characters are randomly rolled. Maybe for that first fight, the enemy just rolled really well and got some high chi, because they were really struggling to hit them. This is good. You won through sly tricks and shortcuts. My mysterious one's gaze was icy, showing no signs of submission. Is there anyone who dares step forward? You have to imagine lightning bolts as like... Bzzz. All right, another one comes forward. The one person leaped out and dashed forward. This man has a relaxed posture, long limbs, and his steps were agile and nimble. It's quite obvious at a glance he's extremely quick and agile. Carefully consider. This man's footwork arts are agile and elusive, hard to predict. I'm afraid light techniques will be difficult to overcome the enemy. We should use vigorous force. Engage with fist arts. Okay. Use fist arts. Oh, well, yeah, you know this guy. Look at this guy. He's got like the Chinese equivalent of a mullet and a scruffy little mustache. He's a shifty one. I think we can count on him. Dihun Dun immediately summoned the Imai disciple in fist arts and ordered him to engage. What's your name? Lan Lin. Lan Lin. How you doing, Lan Lin? Okay, he's of higher. He's a 320, although he's only at 210 actually done. You need to get cultivating, man. Why are you so lazy? This is ridiculous. Fill up your chi. That's not acceptable. You would never make it in Taiwu Village, let me tell you. Okay, he also has Return to Tranquility. All right, well, here's hoping. You're betting on the fist guy losing? I have hope in him. See if you can change the equipment? Yeah, what I'd like him to do... No, I'm not... They're not my characters. I'm not allowed to do it. Apparently he's hanging out with a little girl with a sword. I'm not allowed to do anything. I do find that very weird that they all have thorn piercers equipped as their first weapon. He should obviously have the fist as his active weapon. Use your actual weapon. That's gonna be my coaching. Oh, you're pretty good. Oh, thank you for telling me. I should tell you one thing. What? I'm actually not skilled at pincers. Drops the pincers and makes a fist. All right, let's do it. Well, yeah, but we're picking people who have different abilities for the fight. It doesn't make any sense when we pick the fist guy and he insists on using the pincers. That's not how this works. Manifest Buddha. Excuse me? Okay, we have a little bit of true chi cap advantage. Basically using the same stuff. All right, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Don't believe in me. Believe in me who believes in Lan Lin. Okay, and he's doing a sword art. Unfortunately, this one's smart enough to actually defend, but we're hitting through it. Good sign. Good sign. Now, the downside is we still need another win, even if we do take this one. White Maze sword art. You guys love this one. Oh, and their defense went down. You know, I really like it when the character does lots of combos. Is that a common thing for Fist, I take it? Oh, okay, got their defense up. But we did hit through it. I think we're gonna be fine here. Maybe they're having the same problem. Maybe they're not getting equipped with the proper weapon to use their skill. Maybe that's what's happening. Ow, ow. Okay, this could be dangerous. Okay, good man. Good man. Good job, Lan. Just like we practiced. Just like we practiced. Get in there, Lan. Okay, she's healing up. You gotta finish this, my man. You gotta finish it. Oh no. Oh no, it's a race. Where's the hype squad? Dune should be able to be the hype squad. Okay, but we hit before the attack, before the defense. We got it. Whew. Man. The Fist of Love. I don't think it's going to be Dune that would learn that. I think that would be another character. That Pew Pew Fingers, a signature skill. Really fun and powerful. After half a moment of back and forth entangling, Lan Lin grows stronger as he fought. Good job, man. I promise I won't make fun of your mustache too much. You only won through sly tricks and shortcuts. Yeah, I don't want to hear any crap from you. You're just mad that somebody else is as tricky as you are, buddy. All right, they sent out a chonker. It's 2-1. It's 2-1. 2-1-0, I guess. No draws. Mysterious One tilted his head slightly, giving a slight glance to his subordinates. This man is large and sturdy, quite a powerful physique. It's obvious with a glance that he is a martial art world expert with strong physical martial arts. Let's think about this. We should give him the shocker. All right. 1,000 Years of Pain, finger arts. Engage with the finger arts. Maybe he's really, really ticklish. His only weakness is being exceptionally ticklish. All right, Yanjing Grandmaster. That's not the... I don't like that that pops up in my face sometimes. Okay, Yanjing. Another 320 with a 215. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. Here we go. The question basically is, do we have the advantage on Chi? 280? Yeah, we do. All right, I have faith. Still using the wrong weapon though. That's really annoying me. It's a little thing, but that's normally this game has been really good about the details. Hyuga time. Finger art is internal damage. Yep. Unbalanced elements. Yep. Maybe they shouldn't take demonic shortcuts. As boneless as all I can imagine whenever they cast that is they're just all like wobbly. They're like, whoa, no bones here. Okay, you should have held off on that attack until this wore out. It was almost over. Look, I polished them as best I could. We're doing pretty good though. We're doing pretty good. I'd like to see another attack come out before his next one though. There you go. There you go. Good timing on that one. Yeah, good time. See? You gotta do it when you know they're gonna be open. All right. Now, give him the shocker. Give him the shockler. Check his min's health. He wasn't prepared for that. He's as ticklish on the inside as he is on the out. We got him. All right, now, how is the guy gonna cheat? Because we all know that we're not getting out of this without an actual fight. Tantui teleportation to my tier 9 footwork. And as bonus as possible is how I cheese fights. A win's a win? That's right. That's why I love watching Dune fight. He's so straightforward and fair. Is the Chenkla an exotic weapon? I'd assume so. Okay, this is good. You won through trickery. Since 4 contests have been decided, only the final one. Well, didn't we already win? We said it was best of 3. After some deployments, they did their best. Finally, the 4th combatant wins. We've achieved 3 victories. The deathly silence finally erupted into thunderous cheers. But the mysterious figure gives a cold snort and says, had the heir of Taiwu not coached you on the spot, how could you have won victory? Dude, you are such a little whiny something something. I think I'm gonna spank you no matter how this ends. And to my mind, your MI sect must have leaned on the strength of outsiders. A victory without honor, not worth speaking. The outcome is decided. Stop boasting with such sharp words. The mysterious figure at once arches his brow and sneers, taunting them all. Look at the sardy state. Even in this contest, which your sect honor rests, you must rely on the heir of Taiwu to cover your shame. Yeah, and you must rely on cheap tricks of inviting people. Enough idle words. Where's your sect leader? Let them come forth and settle this matter with me. Such malicious intentions will ultimately be a waste of effort. It's paddling time. In this situation today, if the MI sect leader does not personally come forward to fight, it'll be hard to convince the crowd. Seeing the mysterious one so ruthless and utterly arrogant, my disciples are instantly furious, clenching their weapons. Such behavior is truly despicable. You bully us so much. You think that there is no one in MI? We sect mates are here and we will never allow to be so arrogant and insult our sect leader. The crowd was stirred, anger hard to calm. Disciples wish they could swarm forward and grab the mysterious one, but adhering to righteousness of the martial world, they refused to commit an unjust act of the many against the few. Just as the scene was in turmoil, Taiwu Dun suddenly sits a faint, unsteady footstep, as if someone hearing the commotion was slowly approaching from behind. Taiwu Dun looked back and saw a person with a pale face staggering steps. It turned out to be Zhan Shan, forcing their severely injured body to climb the Jingding. Their expression was resolute, clearly having determination to face death. Since you insist on fighting, I will stake my life to accompany you. Absolutely not. Zhan Shan gently shook his head at Taiwu Dun, then turned to the mysterious one, still laughing coldly. With a stern gaze, they said word by word, as sect leader of my sect, I bear the duty of protecting our mountain gate. I uphold the unwavering spirit passed down by our ancestors, promote the righteous aura of our sect's martial arts, adhere to the righteous path, standing upright, and protect all disciples under me, and will never allow anyone to bully them. If I cannot even defend my own mountain gate, cannot protect the disciples, how can I speak of supporting justice in the world? In today's fight, I will settle it with you personally. Seems inevitable. Hearing this, the disciples clenched their fists, their eyes red, bowing together and shouting, "We are willing to advance or retreat with sect leader." The sound shook the surroundings and the heroes fell silent. At that time, the surrounding heroes, the martial world, and my disciples stepped back one by one, watching sideways, awaiting Zanshan to slowly walk to the center of the arena. Who would have thought that when Zanshan appeared and raised their hand to assume fighting stance, the mysterious one, as if having planned it long ago, showed a sinister smile. Suspicious. 3 months ago, the sect leader was defeated by me. Unexpectedly, even now, they have not fully recovered. I can see you're in a pathetic state. At this moment, you may not even withstand half my moves before dying. You used 5 against 1 to injure the sect leader, and now you have a nerve to talk big? Mysterious One paid no heed, only casting their gaze at Taiwu Dun. Speaking coldly, being able to severely injure a sect leader no matter by the means is my ability. Today, if you had not interfered, how can these mediocres... See, this is like the weakness of lawful stupid. We follow the rules while he breaks the rules to win. Successor of Taiwu, do you know why no one in the entire my sect can match me? What else do you have to say? The Mysterious One snorted. The my sect is as sorry state as pitiful. I disdain the exploit one's vulnerability. Today I might act merciful and call off the contest. I simply can tell you the truth. The current of my sect is nothing but a group of imposters who've taken over. Your cultivation cannot match mine because hundreds of years martial arts have been learned are not orthodox. At this point, the Mysterious One reached into the bosom and slowly took out an ancient treasure box. The Mysterious One moved their fingertips, gently opening the box. With a click, an ancient manual was revealed from inside. Its paper dark and yellowed as if dust covered for years. The Mysterious One held it upright as if ensuring everyone present could see it clearly. After a moment, they spoke. Look, everyone, I have here a manual personally passed down by Imai's founder. It's the very root of Imai's sect's martial arts, and everything I've learned comes from it. Your words are strange. If Imai's founder truly had a manual, how could it not be an Imai sect? Hearing the Mysterious One's words and actually seeing the ancient manual, the crowd erupted into clamor. The heroes immediately began discussing, each with their own speculations. The Imai disciples stood frozen in place, their gaze filled with doubt. Only Zanshan and Taiwu remained calm. When Zanshan spoke with certainty unwavering, what the successor of Taiwu said is exactly right. How could the founder's manual have fallen into your hands? But the Mysterious One did not answer. Instead, a cry of surprise erupted from the crowd as Li frowned deeply and said in a low voice, "I've heard of this. Legend is that the Mai founder indeed left behind a manual, a secret inheritance of the Mai sect, and the foundation of the sect." Another person loudly agreed. In my view, the Mysterious One said is not false. Do you all know that before the successor of Taiwu helped, the Mai disciples had already completely been defeated? Doesn't prove that the manual today is the true inheritance? The voice seemed to echo around. This must be a trick. Taiwu Dun was at first startled, and then thought calmly, feeling that this matter was full of doubts from beginning to end, and the matter of the manual was certainly a trap. So they held their position, waiting for the Mysterious One's next words. Then they heard the Mysterious One say loudly, "If you still have doubts, why not bring out the Founder's Manual and show? Could the purpose be to force Mai to bring out the Founder's Manual?" Everyone's eyes were fixed on the manual in the Mysterious One's hand, and my disciples, full of doubt, unanimously looked at Zanshan, waiting for the sect leader to decide. Zanshan, however, had a solemn face, silent for a long time, slowly sweeping over the ancient manual, as if weighing their words. Founder's Manual should not be taken out easily. Zanshan pondered a long time, then finally spoke. As successor Taiwu said, the Founder's Manual is too treasure to be taken out just because you say so. Moreover, the manual handed down by Immortal's founder is now secretly stored in the Founder's Shrine in the secret cave of Jingding. That Founder's Shrine is the Founder's cenotaph and must not be opened lightly. A secret cave, the Founder's Shrine? The Mysterious One listened, lost in thought, but soon their expression turned cold. The sect leader has many excuses. However, if you can't produce your own Founder's Manual to confront me, it proves you're imposters. How dare you claim to be the true one? I want to beat this guy up so badly. This person insists the Imai sect bring out the manual with sinister intentions. For a moment, the surrounding heroes whisper among themselves. Imai sects were panicked, their faces pale. Although the founder also left a final order that the Imai sect encounters danger, we may take out the manual to resolve the crisis. A cold glint flashed in their eyes. But today, we absolutely cannot be manipulated by you for this. The Founder's Manual must not be taken out. The Founder's Manual must not be taken out. Hearing this, the disciples' morale soared. This is an unyielding spirit of the Imai sect. Seeing that everyone's mind was made up, the Mysterious One's expression drew darker, and after a long silence they spoke. Since the sect leader so Stubborn, I will not press the issue. Today's contest ends here. Mysterious One changed subject said, however, there's still the unsettled battle of mine here. I want to grant you 3 months to think it over. At that time, bring out both manuals and confront publicly. We shall compete again. 3 months later and 3 more months. Mysterious One's intention is not likely to decide the victor. Yeah, he needs time to set up his next scheme. It seemed the Mysterious One's aim was not about winning or losing. Otherwise, with their skills, they would have already defeated them. Why drag it out? Seems like they're thinking they heard the heroes all around nodding in agreement, saying this would indeed return to watch. Taiwu Dun mused as the Mysterious One had many schemes. Just as they did, the Mysterious One had already slipped away in the chaos. Not good. Since things have come to this, let them leave. Today, I thank Successor of Taiwu for their assistance. As they spoke, the Mysterious One in their group had vanished without a trace. I see the Mysterious One's actions today were not aimed at deciding victory or defeat. Let us wait for these heroes to disperse before discussing in details. Sunshine's eyes flicked at those words. Those nodded in agreement, ordering the disciples to see the guests out. Li bowed farewell. I don't know about you still. Yeah, I don't know about you. As the heroes all dispersed, Zanshan turned and bowed. I humbly ask the Successor of Taiwu for your kind enlightenment. Mysterious One is so persistent, demanding that we bring out the manual for confrontation. Do you know what lies behind this? Although I know the manual in the Mysterious One's hands must be a forgery, this person is deeply scheming. Speaking as if they're certain that their manual is real and ours is fake. Could there really be something suspicious? Where is the manual? Our founder's manual is sealed within the secret cave. It is not unknown to outsiders, but even an ordinary disciple of our sect cannot approach it. Moreover, the founder's shrine that seals the manual is the founder's cenotaph, which our my sect has heavily guarded layer by layer. Even if that madman had extraordinary means, they could never steal it. Hearing this, disciples found it extremely strange. One of them said, the madman brought out heroes today, making it matter known to all under heaven. Our my sect has caught all the dilemma. In 3 months, we'll have to take out the founder's manual for confrontation, and that madman's methods will be unpredictable. By then, there'll surely be a conspiracy. We must confirm that the manual is safe. To confirm whether it's safe, we should enter the secret cave and open the founder's shrine. This matter is of great importance and cannot be done hastily. I ask the Successor of Taiwu to return first, and I will decide after careful consideration. This is good. Once I've made up my mind, I will inform the Successor of Taiwu. Additionally, the sect has prepared some modest gifts to express our gratitude. Accept the gift. All right, 3 elixir. That's okay, sure. Wait for the sect leader's decision. All right, but we are already half an hour over time. That went ridiculously longer than I thought it was going to. So wait for some time. Man, you are totally going to screw me with this save point today, aren't you? This is going to be a prime example of why they need to fix the save system. All right, we're going to roll a month directly here. The problem is it's going to pop up on the screen before I get my save. Yep. All right, grew up and needs education. They're interested in footwork arts. Sure. Enjoy your footwork arts. They want my fried rice. Sure. Here you go, kid. Enjoy the fried rice. Spend the night. Got it. All right, but what do we do here? I don't want to start another reading event. If I click ignore all, I'm going to get my save. Am I going to be able to reopen that once we save? I really hate this system. This is my least favorite part of Scroll of Taiwu. I want to be able to save whenever I want to be able to save. Screwing this up would be really annoying to me. It won't let you ignore all? Oh yeah, you're right. All right. On the road, Taiwu Dun suddenly heard rustling in the forest. Soon a little monkey demon leapt out of the woods, holding a fresh fruit, and ran straight at Taiwu Dun. The little monkey said that the white demon missed Taiwu Dun and specifically sent the fresh fruit to share. With it stuffed the fruits in his arms, turned around and disappeared, except the fresh fruit. Okay, thank goodness. Okay, there is our save point. Again, that is stupid. That is a horrible way to do your save system. If nothing else, the save should come before those events. That is a horrible, horrible system. The number one thing that needs to be fixed, with number 2 being the gender problem. You've got to fix those 2 guys. This is becoming more and more annoying at the 84-hour mark. All right, but that being said, We will continue this tomorrow with more in my sect. Hopefully we'll be able to finish it up, but who knows? This has been pretty long with a lot of reading, so we'll see. In about an hour and a half, I may delay a little bit just depending on my voice. We're going to start our Song of Six playthrough. So if you've been waiting for that one, that is coming shortly. Beyond that, if you enjoyed today's stream, don't forget to leave a like. If you're not subscribed, I hope I've earned your subscription. I'd love to have you back. If you want to support the channel, you can always leave a super chat while I'm live, a super thanks on a video or VOD, become a member of the channel, or check out the Patreon linked in the channel info. All right, guys, I will catch you guys in a little bit. I hope you enjoyed. Babble out.